from curiosity that quickly turned into research of concern. And hey, how's it going, everybody? So that was the crash in Charlottesville, and I was doing some research from curiosity that quickly turned into research of concern. And what I'm going to show you is a bit of the efforts that I've been doing to kind of discover why the feeling that Christianity or Christian nationalism and white nationalism or neo-Nazis seem to be getting closer and closer. And my concern is not so much that Christians are inherently racist in like an overt way, but my concern is that Christians find themselves in the room with overt racism and they're not running out of the room. They're not even yelling about it. They're not even complaining. And I'm afraid that for a long time there's been an intersection coming. And I think Trump really accelerated that. And January 6th was a great culmination to prove it. And this video that you're about to see is kind of showing some of the intersections where white nationalism and white evangelicals are starting to have a very similar message. And you could just interchange some of the words, but the messages are near identical. Please subscribe to our channel. This is just part of a full-length feature, or full-length video that we're putting together that brings in the affinity for guns and kind of the intersection of where God's law meets man's law and where that concern is coming. So please subscribe, hit that bell. If you like the video, drop a like and share it, and I'll see you real soon.
This nonsense about separation of church and state has gotten way, way beyond the bounds of what the founders of our Constitution thought.
Christians are tired of being bullied for their faith in the public square.
The left, the socialists, have made it very clear that they stand against the church.
So there was a lot of Christian imagery on display January 6th.
I'm telling you, we need lions to take back this republic, so America's going to remain a Christian nation.
Christian nationalism is a term that in recent years has been used to describe a political ideology that fuses patriotism with Christianity.
America was founded based on Christianity. Our DNA is Christian. Our roots are Christian. We aren't Muslim. We aren't atheist.
Jews will not replace us! Jews will not replace us! Jews will not replace us!
I'm here to spread ideas, talk, in the hopes that somebody more capable will come along and do that. Somebody like Donald Trump who does not give his daughter to a Jew.
The globalist trade and things like that are largely due to the global Jewish economic and banking interests.
This election will determine whether we're a free nation or whether we have only the illusion of democracy, but are in fact controlled by a small handful of global special interests rigging the system, and our system is rigged.
Whose streets are streets? Whose streets are streets?
I'm overjoyed to see Donald Trump and most Americans embrace most of the issues that I've championed for years.
We had a federal court order that was determined. We had a federal court order to have this rally.
Well-known white power writer Jared Taylor recorded this anti-Muslim immigrant robocall that went out to Iowa voters.
We don't need Muslims. We need smart, well-educated white people who will assimilate to our culture The reality is, across the wider world, the Christian faith is under siege. Throughout the world, no people of faith today face greater hostility or hatred than followers of Christ.
And our country is in trouble. We're more divided today since the Civil War. Only God can fix the problems we face as a country. And I think it goes back to prayer in school. We've not only taken God out of the prayer out of school, but we've taken God out of school, out of education. I believe Christians are being persecuted. I believe religious liberty is under attack, and we've seen that. Our country was founded as a Christian nation, but we certainly are not that today.
I want Christians in office. I want this country to have Christian principles and Christian laws and Christian ways. We're about to lose this country as we've always known it. It's about to become something that a lot of people want, but I don't want it.
Do you believe that there is racism baked into the structure of America?
I don't. I mean, I believe there's some people that are racist, but I don't think America as a whole is inherently, as we would have revival baked into the nation, I don't believe we have racism baked into the nation. I believe they want us to think that, but I don't think we do. That's what these social justice churches are. They're picking a scab. Leave it alone, let it heal. And they won't let us heal because they keep bringing it up. They're trying to take away the structure of who we are as Americans to make us look inherently racist. So that's what they mean by Christian nationalist. It's a demeaning term. What I mean, I love America, I love God. I think they go together.
Many of them telling us they believe their Christian values are under attack.
I think it's funny that we call ourselves a Christian nation, but actual evangelical Christians are the ones that have to explain ourselves a lot.
I would dare anyone to go into the hollers of West Virginia or of Kentucky or the communities that have been destroyed by globalism around this country, where the communities have literally been torn apart, and look in the eyes of white working class men, women, and children and tell them that they have any power in this system whatsoever.
Do you think there's an attack on Christian values in this country?
There has been since the devil became the devil.
I believe Christian values are under attack.
I think that objective morality is under attack.
They all want immigrants kept out of their countries.
You know what? Yeah, make America great again. Build a wall. Kick these people out. This is my country. This all belongs to me.
Do you think Christian values are under attack in America today?
I really do.
So do you think that Muslim refugees coming to this country, coming to this state and this town have led to that?
Yes, I do. I believe that we're supposed to be quiet because, it offends other people, and I think that that's not American.
This is a movement of gospel patriots happening in Tennessee. Amen? Amen. Tennessee is going to be a hub of gospel-centered patriots.
I think an incredible concept to name a church, Patriot Church, basically stating in the name that we love God, but we also love this country, and we're going to fight for it.
Wait, why?
Why?
Tough to top. I mean, someone died.
I think that a lot more people are going to die before we're done here, frankly.
Patriot Church says, we're in the fight.
You know what's going on in our nation right now? It's like, if you've ever seen the Lord of the Rings movie, and the orcs are released from the place of darkness. And did you know there's only one thing that can push back the darkness? And it's not Black Lives Matter. And it's not Antifa.
The left, they believe in abortion. We think it's murder. They believe in gay marriage. We don't believe that. We believe that there's one kind of love between a man and a woman that makes a marriage. So churches are trying to pretend like that divide isn't there, but we're not. We're saying, hey, there is a divide, and we're going to pick a side.
Well, people die violent deaths all the time, right? Like, this is part of the reason that we want an ethno state, right? So, like, the blacks are killing each other in staggering numbers from coast to coast. We don't really want to have a part of that anymore. And so the fact that they resist us when we say, hey, we want a homeland is not shocking to me, all right? These people want violence, and the right is just meeting market demand.
America's the greatest country that's ever existed, and it's because of Judeo-Christian values. I think America is best off when we have Christians, good, solid, loving Christians in power. Then everybody has freedom to worship how they choose.
The truth is this:
America was founded as a Christian nation.
What do you do for the Daily Stormer?
I am a feature writer. I do the crypto report, and I'm generally their man on the ground at events.
So what do you hope to get out of today? Like, what does it mean to you?
Well, for one thing, it means that we're showing to this parasitic class of anti-white vermin that this is our country. This country was built by our forefathers. It's sustained by us. It's going to remain our country. And so now they're coming out. And now, as you can see today, we greatly outnumbered the anti-white, anti-American filth. And at some point, we will have enough power that we will clear them from the streets forever. That which is degenerate in white countries will be removed.
The reality is, across the wider world, the Christian faith is under siege. Throughout the world, no people of faith today face greater hostility or hatred than followers of Christ.
My bad. Welcome. What up, Aiken, dude, and tacos? Hope you guys are well. I found old footage of Trump and his newest company.
Excuse me, sir.
Hi there. Hello. My name is Hampton, and this is my daughter, Tanya.
We just traveled from trailer park to trailer park,
That's right.
spreading the word of the Lord.
Just as Jesus traveled from Shadrach to Meshach to Abednego, we travel from trailer park to trailer park, spreading the good news. Do you live around here?
I live right here in this van with my kitty.
I see.
Have you read the Bible?
Maybe I have, maybe I haven't. What's it to you?
Can you read, my son?
Well, that depends. Can you go fuck yourself?
Trump. So good to see Trump doing it right. Okay, so here's what we're going to do today. As we all know, I don't typically stream on YouTube by itself. Well, at least not with without streaming on Twitch first. But I don't normally stream on Fridays, and I want to start work on either a video or a stream segment to better explain the ongoing decade after decade attack and process that the right has used. And it's, there's like an old cocaine commercial. Let's see. So I can do more coke. There it is. This is the Republican method of governance.
Do coke.
They lie to get themselves elected so that they can deregulate and destroy society. Then they can blame the destruction on the Democrats so that they can raise money, so that they can get elected, so they can deregulate, so they can destroy the country, so they can blame the Democrats, so they can get elected.
So I can work longer. So I can earn more. So I can do more coke. So I can work longer. So I can earn more. So I can do more coke. So I can work longer. So I can earn more. So I can do more coke. So I can work longer.
This is the cycle we're in. Republicans do not want to govern for the people. They only care about, quite frankly, white society, Christianity, and power. They do not want to solve anything. They just want to destroy. Public education, destroy it. Worker protections, destroy it. Like, here's an example. Here's an example. This little article says 32 bold bans Republicans dream of enforcing tomorrow. What up, Corny? So you got, they'd get rid of a federal minimum wage. They would get rid of electric vehicle mandates because they don't believe science is real. They would bring plastic bags back because, you know, why not? They would make sure, even though they want to regulate everything else as far as like what can be protected, what rights you can have, how we can protect the environment, no rules like that. But they do want to make laws that allow anybody to be able to get a gun no matter the circumstance. They want as many people that are deranged to have guns. They would get rid of sanctuary cities because, frankly, they hate migrants. Why can't I get this to fit in a window? They would end funding for the federal arts funding because they see no value in like actual life. They would get rid of trans in sports. They would ban any regulations on cryptocurrency, which is wild after the Sam Bankman-Fried case. They would get rid of any bans for offshore drilling. Harm reduction. They would make sure there's no safe spaces for drug users. Government mandated vaccinations. So we would just have more measles and mumps and chicken pox and what? We would bring back polio. Get rid of any federal oversight of the cops. Which is funny because they constantly complain about a two-tiered system of justice, but they want to give cops full reign. And any federal function for sanctuary universities, because if migrants are going to be here, we want them complacent and ownable. They would get rid of anybody that could own, like foreigners that could own land, which they wouldn't do that. They actually wouldn't do that because they're too tied to foreign countries. They would ban sex education. That way priests can rape without kids knowing they're being raped. Parents like Warren Jeffs can molest children without anybody knowing it's molestation. They would ban anything that addresses climate change because all they want is destruction. They would ban any sort of immigration reform because really they just want to close the border because they don't want anybody that's not white here. They would end mail-in voting. They would require everybody to show up, vote on paper that day. All voting would have to be counted by hand, but also they want the results that night. So they want to count 5 million votes in a single night while making everybody vote that day. Because if not, it's crooked. If not, it's crooked. They would teach evolution. I mean, they would ban the teaching of evolution and anything about climate. They want to ban sex education. They want to teach religion in schools. They want to teach you that the Bible is actual history. I mean, all they want to do is rewrite history so that the white Christian Jesus is in charge. They would get rid of affirmative action because any idea towards equality is harmful to the whites. They would repeal Obamacare because somebody having health care and not dying because they couldn't afford the health care is preposterous to Republicans because they're pro-life. Ban critical race theory. In fact, they would just ban teaching that slavery existed. Slavery was a choice and black people decided to come here. They would ban any public television because they believe in state-run media. They would ban voting rights. They would, well, that's stupid. They would regulate, well, it says they would ban social media content regulations, but that's absolute bullshit because fucking DeSantis just issued regulation. Fucking Texas issued regulation. They want unfettered free speech, but they also want to decide what can be free speech. Porn doesn't violate the law, but, you know, it offends Texas's sensibilities. So ban it. They want to get rid of unions because they don't believe in labor protection, because they hate the working person. Net neutrality. They would bring back conversion therapy because they love gay people so much that they don't want to let them live. They want to fix them. Abortion gone. They would get rid of background checks because, again, they want everybody, no matter how fucking crazy, deranged, and violent you are. You just beat your spouse, give them a gun. You just robbed the liquor store, but you're white, give them a gun. And they would absolutely recriminalize the marijuanas. So when they get to, how do they get to the destruction stage? Because you can't just want to destroy the country and do it. You have to engage in a very long, very direct, comprehensive strategy. Much like a cult does, you need a process. You can't get people to drink the Kool-Aid without a process. You need tools, you need recruiters, you need all the structure. So sadly, normally I have like a flow to the stream I put together, but since this is kind of like me trying to do research to find clips and stuff, I threw a lot of videos into different categories. So if they're a little bit out of order, I'm sorry, but we're going to go through how disinformation works first. So here's President Trump, a month ago, discussing the border bill, the border deal that Republicans negotiated, got pretty much everything they wanted because they need to address the border. Because they said we need to close the border because we're under attack. So that's the disinformation. Then they can deregulate how immigration works. We're just going to let Texas kill immigrants and round them up and send them back because we don't want the regulation of the federal government. Then they dehumanize all the migrants, all for the purpose of destroying the country. Because they believe that a white ethno state run by them, with them being above the law and their freedom, is the right to oppress. So let's look at examples of the disinformation process.
About your role in the immigration talks ongoing on Capitol Hill. Can you outline those conversations you've had with people? And is it true that you've told people that you don't want to see Democrats, particularly President Biden, get a win on this?
No, I didn't say that. I did say that you have to, if you're not going to get a great border bill, an immigration bill, don't do a bill.
So don't do a bill. I didn't say I don't want to do a bill because I want to campaign on it. I didn't say I want to kill the bill because of the election. I said, if you can't get the deal you want, do nothing and blow the system up.
If it's not going to be good, if it's not going to solve the border problem, don't do the bill.
Right. Because one bit, just like a border wall, was absolutely going to solve the problem. You know, only do things that will solve. Put a 1 in chat if you think the border wall would end all immigration.
And that was very important to me. And a lot of people do call me, they respect me, and they say, what do you think? If the bill's not going to be a great bill and really solve the problem, I wouldn't do it at all. Not for political reasons, just for U.S. reasons.
Wouldn't there be some benefit for Republicans? Wouldn't there be some benefit for Republicans in looking like they supported a bipartisan bill?
Yeah, you could view it either way, frankly. I just want to see a great bill. This isn't Republican or Democrat. That's a terrible bill. 5,000 people a day.
It's a terrible bill. And then he lies about what the bill says. So he says, if you can't get the bill you want, don't do a bill. And then he has to lie about the actual bill. And why does he have to lie? He has to lie because this is part of the dehumanizing process. How can we dehumanize migrants if we treat them like humans? So let's create this fear that they're sending terrorists, or sending rapists, or sending murderers, that Democrats are working with Mexico and Ecuador to empty out their prisons and insane asylums and then transport those people to America. And this bill was actually going to allow them to come in and take your home.
That's like record-setting stuff. No, I want to see a great bill. If we get a great bill, we should do it. If we don't get a great bill, but I don't think you're going to get a great bill. And if you
So we should do something, but we're also not going to get anything we can do. If we get a great bill, you should do it, but we're not going to get a great bill. I know Republicans ask for everything and they got it, but like, that's not good enough, because just like fucking Hitler says to who was it? Poland? We'll give you, we need you to leave. We'll give you a week. Fine. I'll leave in a week. No, leave now.
starting at 5,000 people a day, it's insane. It's insane.
So what would you say to...
We just had a meeting with the Teamsters, and one of the biggest problems they have is millions of people going into the country.
So the problem the Teamsters union has, and why they didn't endorse me, is because of immigration. The Teamsters are afraid of immigration and millions pouring over the border. Now, here's what's funny. 5,000 people a day times 10 days, that's 50,000 people. Times 3, that's 150,000 people. So you'd be letting in 150,000 people a month, but you're saying millions. Millions are streaming over the border, but also restricting it to 150,000 a month isn't good enough, because we want zero.
More new reporting just into CNN, this time from our Capitol Hill team. Senate Republicans, at least some of them, are furious that Donald Trump may have killed a potential bipartisan immigration deal. It's part of their new reality, as Trump is all but certain to be the presidential nominee. They believe they can't do anything that undermines him, even if it means depriving them of a key legislative achievement on a critical issue that they've been negotiating for months. CNN's Mani Raju is part of that team.
For months. They've been negotiating the border for 40 years. What are you talking about, you dumb fucking cunt?
Responsible for the great report.
Oh, you know, they've been talking about voter security for the last 3 weeks.
He joins me live from Capitol Hill. Manu, what's the latest?
Yeah, there are real concerns here in the Capitol that no immigration deal will get accomplished this year, even as Republicans have been clamoring for action to clamp down on the surge of migrants at the southern border. And with it, if there is no immigration deal, no aid to Ukraine, no aid to Israel, no aid to Taiwan, because Republicans have said that the emergency aid package must wait until they deal with the border first. But Donald Trump has waited.
We're going to not do any of the governing unless we get a border deal. Okay, here's your border deal. Nope, we're not going to govern, because we didn't actually mean what we said, because everything we do is disinformation.
Privately and publicly made clear that Republicans should kill this issue, should kill this deal if it does not go as far as he likes. And in fact, he says it needs to be a perfect deal. It needs to be, quote, everything.
Hit that like button, and Trump will lose.
That they want. But Democrats control the Senate, Democrats control the White House, and a bipartisan deal will almost certainly not pass muster with the former president, and a bipartisan deal could give Joe Biden.
So Republicans have one half of one of the of the governing bodies, not the courts. Like the executive branch is Democrat, the Senate, Democrat. The Republicans have like 2-seat majority or 3-seat majority in the House, and they are effectively shutting down America. Like, that's how Ron Swanson, anti-government, anti-progress they are. Because the cycle is lie to raise money to get elected. Hey, what's up? What's up, Mulder? Lie to get elected. Then deregulate to hurt society. Then when things go wrong, dehumanize people that aren't white. And that way you can destroy the country. And just keep doing that on repeat. Why are our schools so bad? Why is our healthcare so bad? Why is poverty up? Why are we seeing more death from corporations, like whether it be opioids, whether it be airplanes, PG&E and fires? Like, why? What? Everywhere you look, Republican deregulation destroys the country. It destroys the economy when they deregulate. It destroys the environment when they deregulate. It destroys worker protections when they deregulate.
And a campaign issue in heading into November, something Trump does not want at this moment in the campaign season. And in talking to Republican senators today, it is very clear they are furious at the prospects that this could collapse and are saying this is all about campaign politics.
So the Democrat is not a Democrat hoax that this is about the campaign, and that Trump and Republican fascists killed the bill, not because it wouldn't do what they wanted, but because it wouldn't help them fearmonger. What up, Stickers?
I think James Langford's been working very hard to secure the southern border, to give the next president, whomever it is, more authority so that we can secure the southern border. So anything that interrupts that negotiation, I think would be tragic. I hope.
Yeah, which is your fucking dear leader told you not to do it. Like, what are we talking about?
No one is trying.
We negotiated this bill. We need this bill. Democrats are going to do this bill, but we can't do the bill. We need the bill. We negotiated the bill. We want the bill, but dear leaders said no. Dear leaders said no. It's a great example. Yes. Missy, someday we should have a chat, because I think of all the people, you would understand my theory of society and how the government could work, because I'm not anti-capitalist and I'm not socialist or commie. Like, I believe there are ways to structure prisons, hospitals, stuff like that are necessary, that aren't going to be fucking, hey, how are you doing? That aren't going to be one of the accepted forms of ownership. Like, I believe government should own the pipelines. I believe government should own the oil. But I think there can be room for privatization of people that run it. Like, the government shouldn't run the oil rig. They should run the requirements and the pay scales and the ability to improve. Like, if you have a prison, it should be a state prison so that the state has control, but you can subcontract out the running of it for the efficiency purposes and the ability to motivate, improve performance. But it's not profitability, because the money comes from the government. They can increase the money they get as a company by hitting markers for society. A prison, you get more money if you reduce recidivism. You get more money if they graduate. You get more money for a college degree or a vo-tech skill. You get more money if people that leave are able to stay at a job for 6 months. Like, the impact you have on society is what dictates your ability to improve profitability or pay, if you will. Nationalize the railway? Absolutely. All of it.
Trying to take this away for campaign purposes.
Former President Trump has indicated to senators that he does not want us to solve the problem at the border. He wants to lay the blame for the border at Biden. And the idea that someone running for president would say, please hurt the country so I can blame my opponent and help my politics is...
So these are Republicans literally saying this. Yeah. Think about this. Ford used to have, I mean, everybody had it, but Ford had a fixed right first time incentive initiative. And we had to call and survey all the service customers. If you know you got to call them, then hopefully you're going to try to do better service. The better it's if you're structured around the result and your pay is structured around the result. That was part of my degree. One of the classes I created was understanding the gap between perceived performance and compensation. Like, you've got to compensate for the activities you want. You don't get the best work out of somebody by paying them for time.
A shocking development.
Do you think this is what he wants, the issue, Donald Trump? This is why he's doing it?
I think the border is a very important issue for Donald Trump. And the fact that he would communicate to Republican senators and congresspeople that he doesn't want us to solve the border problem because he wants to blame Biden for it is really appalling.
So what does that say that what he is saying carries
it's
carries weight
fascism.
here? What does it say that Republicans are listening to?
Well, it's shocking that politics plays a role in this building. Absolutely shocking. I can't imagine that's the case.
Ukraine is on the line.
But the reality is that we have a crisis at the border. The American people are suffering as a result of what's happening at the border. And someone running for president ought to try and get the problem solved, as opposed to saying, "Hey, save that problem. Don't solve it. Let me take credit for solving it later."
Now, I just spoke to Senators James Langford and Senator Chris Murphy, two members who have been trying to negotiate that bipartisan immigration deal. They say they're still going to try to cut a deal. They said that
it failed miserably.
President Biden is calling on Congress to pass a bipartisan border bill for, as he calls it, tougher border control. Sources say that bipartisan Senate negotiators have agreed to a plan that would empower the White House to crack down on illegal migrants crossing at the southern border. But
full disclosure, I hate the fucking bill. I'm glad it didn't pass.
House Speaker Mike Johnson warned a Senate border deal could face some strong headwinds in his chamber. He wrote this: "If rumors about the contents of the draft proposal are true, it would have been dead on arrival in the House anyway." Now, Donald Trump is actively working to dismantle the deal. He says Republicans should not concede to a victory to President Joe Biden. With me now is Mika Solner, congressional reporter for Punchbowl News. So let's start here with this statement that came out from the president overnight, in which he says this of the proposal: "It would give me, as president, a new emergency authority to shut down the border when it becomes overwhelmed. And if given that authority, I would use it the day I signed the bill into law." The characterization of a
I don't think Genocide Joe is too big of a fan of immigrants either.
Democratic president, especially this one, saying that he would shut down the border. That rhetorical evolution, what does that suggest about strategy here and where the White House is going?
Well, good morning, and thank you for having me on. I think that the border has become a huge political problem for Democrats and the Biden administration.
Do you think that it's become a huge political problem for Democrats? Why won't CNN ever say anything bad about the left?
Hand it over to him. Do it as a form of a loan. Why should you just hand it over to him? Do it as a form of a loan. I do that with athletes. They can't quite, like a professional golfer.
The one good thing, Missy, is that I have a lot of safety built into this house.
I think it's very good. They don't have any money, but they have a lot of talent. I'll say, here's the deal. I did it with a number of people.
Yeah, that's fine.
Here's the deal. What I want to do, professional golfer. I play golf. I play very nice. Did you see the picture of me, the horrible picture with the stomach out to here? That was... So what I do is I'm putting up today a picture of me what I actually look like, hitting a ball, smashing.
I mean, this is Vladimir Putin putting up his hockey highlights. I'm so great at golf. I won 2 championships yesterday.
Frickin' ball. And you'll see.
Why are people cheering when he says I'm good at golf? Like, just think about where we are, where this mentality of just Borg reality.
Quite. I wouldn't say slim.
Hey, thanks.
I wouldn't say slim, but not bad. But the ball does go far.
I appreciate that, Glitch.
I would say it goes about 9 times further than Biden can hit it. 9 times.
Well, I'm 9 times further than Joe Biden. Elect me as president because I hit the ball farther than Biden. Meanwhile, you don't even know our language because the word is farther. Because how fur can you hit it? You can't hit it very far. I don't know how many yards fur I hit it. I know how far I can hit it.
I wouldn't say slim. I wouldn't say slim, but not bad. But the ball does go far. I would say it goes about 9 times further than Biden can hit it. 9.
I'm so much better than Biden. Cheer for me. Cheer for me now.
Well, like you heard he fucked an ostrich, right?
You what?
He fucked an ostrich.
Allegedly.
Jeff actually watched me make a hole-in-one. Can you believe this? I actually said I was the best golfer of all the rich people. That's, to be exact. And then I got a hole-in-one. So it was sort of cool. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Trump's shooting right now.
Now, I just want to think about this. Joe Biden is corrupt, and he's funneling money to himself. This is a Trump golf course that Trump makes the government pay for every one of those people on the golf course for all their meals. Like the American people pay for the security for him that he makes them pay to his golf course. He doesn't just get the security. He literally extorts money from us by making them pay. Snobs, Blackhawk. Wait, I don't know where you're speaking of a very specific area. Otherwise, it's so safe. Oh, the Shanks. Oh my God, the Shanks. I've had the Shanks before. I will tell you, there are few things more intimidating than the Shanks. And what I mean by the Shanks, if you don't play golf, that like normally you hit the ball and it goes like basically where you want it to go, right? But the Shanks are, you don't realize you're doing anything different. And the ball just goes like way off to the right. Like you end up almost as far away on the next shot as you were on this shot. Watch the ball squirt out to the right. Whoa! I can tell you exactly what happened on that swing too. He went outside in. He came across his body, opens up the club face, and puts a right spin on it. Up over the top. There you go.
Oh my God!
Don't.
I got that on video.
Oh, and now he's got to go over the bunker. He's gonna say he parred the hole.
There's one thing we know about Donald Trump. It's that he hates cheaters and he hates cheating.
My brother lived in La Jolla.
In the know, Trump apparently cheats all the time at golf.
There is a book that I listened to called Commander in Cheat. And it is all about, like, if you're going to cheat at golf, you'll cheat at anything. And he is the most prolific cheater in golf that exists.
He's cheating here.
So he gets mad because he got accused of cheating. Also, let's not forget, we were talking about the bill.
Crisis at the southern border is a top issue for voters this year as well. And this morning, both President Biden and former President Trump are weighing in again on the bipartisan immigration deal working its way through the Senate. NBC's Aaron Gilchrist is traveling with the president in Columbia, South Carolina. Aaron, good morning.
The pause at the top is the best.
Willie, good morning to you. Senate negotiators have been inching
I would love to play golf with Barkley.
Closer to a border security deal after months of work here, but it could all unravel with former President Trump urging Republicans.
Right, so they worked together, they came up with a bill, and then Trump killed the bill. Senate Republicans blocked border bill that they demanded. Now, how does how does Fox handle this? Now remember, the Republican playbook is disinformation, deregulate, dehumanize, and destroy.
Briefing room, Peter Doocy is questioning Karine Jean-Pierre.
You all reported it. You all saw it. He was with the chief Owens, I believe.
The chief, who was in charge for 2 years before that, said, "I've never had one conversation with the president or the vice president." How is that possible?
So one thing I will say about Chief, you're talking about Chief Ortiz.
This is Chief Ortiz. Yeah.
So he was invited, I believe, to participate in the president's first trip visit to El Paso, which was back in January of 2023, and he did not attend. He was invited. He was invited. He did not attend. What I can say is that you saw the president with the present chief, which I think is important because we are dealing with challenges at the border. Because the president has make that a priority, worked with the Senate in a bipartisan way to come up with a way to move forward on the border on immigration. Republicans rejected it because of what the former president, Donald Trump, told them to do. Told them to reject that proposal. So the president is going to continue.
Now, we watched all that be true, correct? As much as Jean P here has to lie for a living, she did tell the truth right there.
To be steadfast, focus on an issue that majority of the...
Well, I've got that pulled up. I think I have that pulled up here somewhere. Because the thing about that one, the thing about that was they said we've worked so hard to get to this place. Oh, no, wait. Was it that one or something else? Well, they kept saying we about the Republicans. And they say we have like Jessica Tarloff, which is the other side to us. So we're opposite of the liberals. And then they're outraged about the Ronna McDaniel thing. Do you remember what they did after the election? Do you remember what they did after the actual respected Fox election people? You know what they did after the election in Arizona was called for Biden? They fired the guy. You know what they did to people that wouldn't go along with the election was stolen lies? They fired them.
The American people care about, which is the border. Let's not forget, if that policy had went into law, it would have been the toughest and the fairest bipartisan border security agreement in decades.
And last one,
yeah.
Will President Biden publicly address Laken Riley's murder
Oh
allegedly
my
at the
God.
hands of...
This one person was murdered by an immigrant. Will Biden answer for that one immigrant? Will you answer for every white supremacist shooter? Will you answer for the fucking neo-Nazis that got convicted of trying to kidnap Whitmer? Will you address all of the Oath Keepers and Proud Boys that were convicted on seditious conspiracy? Will you address all of the Trump associates that have been arrested? I think we're up to 16. Manafort, Gates, Papadopoulos, Cohen, Bannon. I'm missing one from that group. I'm gonna add it because there's another one from that fucking 2016 group. Alan Weisselberg went to jail. One of the fake electors in Michigan pled guilty. One of the non-Maine people in Georgia pled guilty. You've got Jenna Ellis, Cheeseborough, and Powell all pled guilty. There's a few more. I think Elliot Brody might be one. All of those are people around Trump in his direct orbit that have been arrested. He pardoned Kushner's dad, Roger Stone, Mike Flynn. All of these people. But will Joe Biden address the one immigrant murder?
An illegal immigrant who was released by law enforcement multiple times on Thursday night. I know he's got a statement, but what about at the State of the Union?
Look, I do want...
I know he said something, but can we make him address it as many times as possible? We don't want immigrants here. Also, we killed the bill because we don't want Biden to get credit. We want Biden to answer for this one death where an immigrant was the killer. Also, we want to run on the fact that it's Joe Biden's fault.
This is such a tragic story, and obviously
nothing
situation.
Is tragic to Republicans. It's only useful. Nothing is tragic. It's useful.
This is someone's life that was
School
lost.
shootings aren't tragic. They're useful. Train derailments, bridge collapses, fires. These are useful. Look, we can't talk about gun regulations. A third of a Scaramucci. I heard somebody say that already. It's pretty fucking funny. Fuck, that made me forget exactly what I was saying. It's so funny.
I do want to always acknowledge and extend our deepest condolences to her family and to her friends and the people who loved her. And so,
even though this is fact, this is still part of disinformation because they're equating this one murder to the problem at the border. Does that mean we have a Christianity problem? A guy in Georgia just got busted for illegally voting 9 times. Does that mean we have a Republican election security problem because they are the ones cheating? Well, I mean, we actually did. We actually
want to always be sure to say that, and because it's so tragic. Look,
many thanks to all y'all for hanging out here.
I don't have anything to share about the president's speech as it relates to that particular question that you have, but we want to always be sure that we lift up the families who have lost their loved ones in that way. And I would reiterate, you just asked me about the Border Patrol chief. The president was just there with the current chief, Owens. The president went to the border, obviously Bronzeville, Texas, to lift up the importance of doing something at the border. And I would be remiss if I did not continue to say that Republicans rejected a bipartisan proposal that came out of the Senate. And so if they truly...
Stop with the whisper voice. I hate that fucking fundy voice.
Cared about what was going on at the border, if they truly cared about this immigration policies and trying to fix that, trying to move forward in a way where we have a tough and fair law, they would work with us on it. They wouldn't listen to the former president who is clearly telling Republicans to reject it for his own political gain. And that's shameful. That's truly shameful.
This news, former President Trump. We're going to dip into the White House briefing room. Peter Doocy is.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley.
This was put out by Fox News. So this is Fox News' channel. And it says, shameful. White House accuses Trump, House GOP, of rejecting border bill for political gain. They're phrasing this as if, how dare the Democrats blame Republicans and say it's political. How dare they? So what is this? What is this like? Oh, wait, I'll save that for now. So this was 4 years ago. Lev Parnas recently testified under oath in the impeachment hearing that Ron Johnson was part of a Russian operation that what was the guy's, somebody else on the panel was also involved as part of the illegal campaign against America to partner with Russia to smear and investigate the former vice president and the soon-to-be Democrat nominee.
Is being proven to be a bombshell. Is what you have to offer to this trial, is that going to be equally telling as well?
Absolutely.
How so?
I want to testify under oath, so this way the truth, so this way we don't have to do this in the media. I think I said a lot, and I think a lot has been proven by my evidence that I've turned over to the House. So the next thing is I'd love to do it under oath, and I welcome all of them. I welcome Rudy to come and testify under oath. I welcome the President to come testify under oath. I welcome Pompeo to come testify under oath, and definitely Attorney Bill Barr.
Mr. Barr, what you have to share, is that going to be enough to change the...
To do it under oath, and I welcome all of them. I welcome Rudy to come and testify under oath. I welcome the President to come testify under oath. I welcome Pompeo to come testify under oath.
Oh man, I'm not looking at the screen a lot, but watch the eye contact to the camera.
It has been proven by my evidence that I've turned over to the House. So the next thing is I'd love to do it under oath, and I welcome all of them. I welcome Rudy to come and testify under oath. I welcome the President to come testify under oath. I welcome Pompeo to come testify under oath, and definitely Attorney Bill Barr.
Mr. Barr, what you have to share, is that going to be enough to change the minds of 67 senators? If you could say it closer, please.
I mean, I don't know. You know, some of these, like I said, the Trump world is like a cult, and a lot of these senators are in the cult. So I don't know if anything could change some of their minds, but hopefully the public will know what's going on, and hopefully maybe some of them, you know, if we get witnesses and they really hear the truth, maybe, you know, the conscience will overwhelm them and they'll understand.
Hey there, I'm Chris Hayes from MSNBC.
DNY and then have a private meeting.
So this is still under the disinformation category, because the current impeachment that they did is the identical claim to what Trump got impeached for in blackmailing Zelensky. It's the same lie about blackmailing Burisma to save Hunter. It's the same fucking Clinton server. It's all the same lie. And this was part of a Russian disinformation campaign in 2019 when Rudy did this. He was working with Chanel Rion from AON. He was working with Russian assets, and he was working with Levin Igor. He had Gary Sondland helping him out, all trying to do a shadow foreign policy to get Zelensky to announce an investigation. We don't even need to do it. We just need you to announce it. Exactly the same as what he said to Donahue. We don't need you to actually do the investigation. We just need you to announce it and let myself and the Republicans take care of it from there. This is a Russian plot in direct conjunction with the Republican Party.
With Rupert Murdoch on the day of my arrest.
So listen,
why do you think Bill Barr visited Lev U.S.?
Now, disinformation. Why did Bill Barr meet with Rupert Murdoch? Why did the Attorney General, who was helping Trump lie about Russia involvement, why would he be meeting with Rupert Murdoch, the Fox television guy?
You asked, why did Barr visit SDNY and then have a private meeting with Rupert Murdoch on the day of my arrest?
Imagine if Joe Biden went and had private meetings with CNN the same day they arrested Trump. Imagine that.
Why do you think Bill Barr visited SDNY and had a private meeting with Rupert Murdoch the day of your arrest?
I don't believe in circumstances where, you know, everything just coincidentally things happen. Bill Barr went to meet with Rupert Murdoch. What people are not putting 1 + 1 together is the day I got arrested, I was flying to Vienna to set up an interview for Sean Hannity to do with Victor Shokin. And it was supposed to be a prime
So he was leaving the country on behalf of Fox News.
time interview that they were setting up.
With Sean Hannity and Shokin, and who else was behind it?
So the same guy that's trying to do a shadow foreign policy to hurt our country on behalf of Republicans is also working to help build a propaganda connection between authoritarian regimes and the Republican fascist domestic terrorist organization.
Giuliani was supposed to be there, and also the ex-CFO of Burisma, who was supposed to be giving information on all of that. After my arrest, Fox was the only one that really stayed away from everything. They really didn't report on it. They really didn't get into it. And, you know, they knew all along that I was not fleeing a country. I was going on behalf of Sean Hannity, Rudy Giuliani, and all of them to do an interview. I mean, like I didn't even want to leave there. I wanted to stay home for the holidays with my family. I got into an argument with my wife because I just came back to leave again. And they knew, and everybody knew that, you know, but then if you ever take a look at the infamous tape where Southern District comes up and Jeff Berman gets up there and says, they had one-way tickets and they were leaving the country. Since when is it illegal to have a one-way ticket? What basis were we leaving the country? What basis do you have us arresting us on a tarmac when we were all day with Rudy Giuliani sitting at the Washington Hotel? If you believe in coincidences, yeah, then none of this. But I don't believe in coincidences. I don't believe in this day in life, all of this happened. Bill Barr visits SDNY. Why would Bill Barr congratulate them on our arrest? It's public information. Bill Barr, who benefits us from being arrested? Just think about it. It only benefits one person.
Then again, it could have just been a routine visit to the SDNY to say hello, and then a dinner with Rupert Murdoch.
Yeah, I mean, just a random dinner with the head of the Wall Street Journal, the New York Post, and Fox News. You know, nothing wrong with the Attorney General, the highest law officer in the land, who's corrupt as fuck, meeting with the corrupt state media. What is wrong with Vladimir Putin having a dinner with RT right before Navalny gets Novichoked?
You know, to chat.
On the day of our arrest. I mean, or the next day.
Right.
And, you know.
On the trip that Rudy was supposed to go on with you until he backed out.
They canceled all of a sudden the last day. I mean, just
it's all a coincidence.
It's all a coincidence, you know.
Oh, shit. Rudy was supposed to go with him.
Hell of a coincidence.
Disinformation. Disinformation needs an infrastructure. So what does that infrastructure look like? Well, you have mainstream media, which would be your Wall Street Journal, your New York Post, Fox, Newsmax, OAN. You could add in Right Side Broadcasting. Then you have the second layer, the Breitbart, the Daily Caller, owned by Tucker Carlson, or at least started by him, and I think Dinesh. You have the Daily Signal from the Federalist Society. Maybe it's a Heritage, I can't remember. You have the Daily Wire, Ben Shapiro with his disinformation. You got the Blaze with their disinformation. You've got Crowder, Tim Pool, the IDW, which includes Joe Rogan. Your Jordan Peterson, Dave Rubin. You've got this whole level there. Then you drop down a little bit, and you have the lower level, like the Quartering, the Manosphere stuff, the conspiracy stuff, the fucking truther community. All of this is all part of a chain of command, basically. Now, are they directed what to say? Sometimes they are. You know, if you go back to like Tracy Diaz and you look at her relationship with Flynn, and then how they spread Pizzagate and QAnon, they were told what to say. They were led. So sometimes it is direct. Sometimes it's just manipulated through perverse incentive. Somebody will send you something and give you $20 to watch it. And then when you watch it, they'll send more people there with their alts and everything. And you might make some ad revenue or get a bunch of follows. Therefore, you get the intrinsic and serotonin reward. And this is a process. Another part of that process is social media. Notice when it comes to the flow of information on social media, they claim Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, are all anti-righty until Elon buys it and is openly right-wing, openly aligns with their radical racism, hatred of immigrants. Like, all of the process Elon follows. So now they don't complain about Twitter anymore. So other than the places that they complain about, and they call it censorship, when any YouTube video you watch in true crime, they censor themselves for terms of service. So like they have a process. But Republicans want to break the rules and then complain when the rules are enforced on them equally. So what do? You get Gab, owned by an ultra right-wing white nationalist Klan, Christian nationalist, anti-Semite. You get Parler. You get Rumble. You get Cozy. All of these are just right-wing radical platforms. True Social. They're all owned by the right. Now they want TikTok to be bought by Mnuchin or some righty. Because they want to own the flow of information. Anything they don't control is an attack on them, and they must end it and destroy it in self-defense. This is the process. We claim victimhood through disinformation. And then in that victimhood, we deregulate. And then when things go wrong, we dehumanize and we blame other people so that we can destroy the thing, so that we can spread more disinformation about how it got destroyed. So free speech warrior, Elon Musk. And by free speech, it's only $8 a month. You know, they used to complain about shadow banning. And then now everybody that doesn't pay $8 a month for free speech is shadow banned. How about that? You're given a shittier service and you're blackballed because you won't pay $8 a month for free speech. Elon is a free speech warrior for $8 a month.
Found by a judge to be attempting to punish people for their speech using the legal system.
Exactly.
This is wild and a massive fail for Twitter.
So sorry, I didn't let Lazy Gamer.
Twitter was found by a judge to be attempting to punish people for their speech using the legal system. This is wild and a massive fail for Twitter as they try to claim they are for free speech. You see, the Center for Countering Digital Hate reported on all of the hate speech on Twitter. How it wasn't getting removed. How many people were actually seeing these types of posts. And Twitter and Elon denied that they were accurate about what they were saying and threatened to sue them over it. And they did. They did sue them. And this is the response from the judge. Sometimes it is unclear what is driving a litigation, and only by reading between the lines of a complaint can one attempt to surmise a plaintiff's true purpose. Other times, a complaint is so unabashedly and ferociously about one thing that there can be no mistaking the purpose. This case represents the latter circumstance. This case is about punishing the defendants for their speech. So Twitter, trying to argue they are a big free speech platform, but they do
because
you might remember
because
Twitter was found by purpose.
Being perceived as incorrect or expressing that you were wrong is somehow like getting rejected by a woman or a yeah.
This case represents the latter circumstance. This case is about punishing the defendants for their speech. So Twitter, trying to argue they are a big free speech platform, but they do deboost and punish hate speech, attempted to punish a company's speech for reporting on what Twitter does.
Saying what we do is anti-free speech.
And the judge just outright said it. They couldn't have had a bigger failure in this case.
I think we're generally narcissistic. But I'm going to go over some of the people and what it does.
This is the Dollamore said all that party that is just a spewer of lies, that it's a political operation, that it's a culture war operation. This clip should serve as that evidence, that final nail in the coffin of your understanding. I say a lot.
Now, I didn't pull up the... Wait, is it in here? Hold on. Hold on. No, that's okay. I had some clips showing Trump attacking judges, attacking everybody. But let's stick with the disinformation side.
A lot of that.
Because again, what we're doing is I'm going through the process that they use. It's a cycle. Do I still have that? It's this cycle of disinform, deregulate, dehumanize, destroy. So that we can disinform, deregulate, dehumanize, and destroy. So that we can...
I do coke so I can work longer. So I can earn more. So I can do more coke. So I can work longer. So I can earn more. So I can do more coke. So I can work longer. So I can earn more. So I can do more.
They want to lie to us about why they need elected. Then they want to deregulate all the things that keep us safe from corporations. Then when things go wrong, they want to dehumanize non-whites and non-straight cis people. And by doing that, they can get away with destruction. And now we're at a point where when I say destroy, it's not just we want to hurt the Social Security and Medicare, not just we want to hurt any welfare programs or school lunch or any of they are genocidal. Last night when I was talking to Jungler on stream, in explaining this very important point of the work of their dehumanization, if you replace DEI or illegal with Jewish person, all of a sudden you hear the Nazi. This bridge came down because of a Jewish conspiracy. The Jews are taking your job. It's the Jews that are destroying the economy. We need to round up all the Jews in Texas and put them on a bus and send them to New York. Like, do you fucking hear it?
Tongue in cheek, because I think the vast majority of my audience.
But, you know, they're just sending them to sanctuary cities. They're not Nazis rounding up migrants, people they don't like, that they think they're better than, under false pretenses, mind you, lying to them, putting them on a bus, and sending them out to potentially their death.
You out there,
but whatever.
You already know this. But this is a remarkable clip for someone on air, on live television, to say that, well, I'll just read the quote. We have a lot of examples of people disrespecting the court when they disagree with the ruling. President Trump.
So all the court cases that Trump lost were because the courts are rigged. Judge Engoron hates Trump. Mexican last name, unfair to Trump. The entire justice system, all the grand juries, they are a hoax. They're fraudulent.
Is not one of them.
It's crazy. Crazy.
I don't know. I know so little about this lady, Emily Compagno. I'm probably mispronouncing her last name, and I apologize if I am. Not to her, but to those of you who may have that last name. It is a remarkable assertion after having witnessed the hours of maybe thousands or tens of thousands of hours of Donald Trump talking and disrespecting law enforcement and disrespect law enforcement outlets, disrespecting the rule of law, disrespecting courts, disrespecting judges. All of that we witnessed for a human being with the compendium of all human knowledge at her fingertips with the internet and with video to say that Donald Trump respects the courts and it's the liberals and the Democrats who don't. It is galaxy-brained idiocy.
Here's the problem. Whether it's Jesse Dollemore, the Humanist Report, or even, well, Sam Cedar gets it, but he doesn't stress it each time, but he gets it. Pac-Man, all these people, they don't understand how this stuff is used. They just think people are ridiculous. And they frame it as these people are idiots. They're retarded. They're fucking morons. They don't know any better. But no, that's not it. They do know better. And the absurdity is part of the point. Because you think about somebody that you may have lost to QAnon or to anti-vaxxing. When they start to defend the ridiculous, then you can't get them back. So, like, the idea of tying in blood libel to the Democrats so that you can combine anti-Semitism with demonization, which, I mean, I guess you got to almost respect it. It's pretty impressive to be able to have that many. That's like Eminem level entendres.
But it points to the propaganda operation.
I tried to, Meatbag, stop fronting. I've explained the space lasers. The space lasers are how we get communications without you guys knowing. The space lasers, they're always beaming down, but you can't see them. But we all have us that can decode the lasers. We all have what you guys might remember as a laser disc. The laser disc thing was just a cover because one of the dumb ones of us got theirs taken. Do you know anybody that wasn't Jewish that had a laser disc? I'll wait. Find me somebody that wasn't Jewish that had laser disc. No, I got all that. No, I'm just kidding. But so, like, we are able to take our laser disc to certain spots and retrieve our messages
in real time that disrespects its audience so much that it would have them, that it would think that they might believe that what they're saying is true. And other than the cult that surrounds Donald Trump, nobody believes this nonsense. Watch Emily Compagno.
And he's going to keep saying them because that's what it is.
Well, and Emily, you pointed out, he's also said respect to the court. He will do what he is told to do. And you think that works for him?
I do, and I think it's significant because it's in contrast to what many members of the Democrat Party do, which is...
It's the Democrats that attack and reject the courts, which is why Texas was talking about a civil war after the Supreme Court ruled against them. Is why Alabama rejected the Supreme Court saying your maps are illegal. Or was that Arkansas? Or was that North Carolina? Or was that Georgia? Or was that South Carolina? Oh, no, it's like 7 or 8 Republican states using illegal voting maps, even though the rules have said they can't use them. But, you know, rejecting all the cases about the stolen election, rejecting all of the indictments, rejecting the civil cases, ignoring the fact that you paid out $787 million, ignoring Alex Jones's verdict, ignoring the $148 million that has to come from fucking Giuliani for Ruby Freeman and Shane Moss, Lady Ruby. Ignore all of it. Ignore the Eric Coomer lawsuits that you guys lost. Ignore them all, because you guys respect the courts, which is why you had to do January 6th.
Is say, I'm not complying, Hunter Biden. The Supreme Court justices are off their rocker.
Wait, how did Hunter Biden not comply with the courts?
President Biden, right? We have a lot of examples of people who disrespect the court when they disagree with their ruling. President Trump is not one of them.
No, it's not us, even though these are a hoax.
I also point out, just to underscore, that the glee with which we are watching the Democratic Party
and the Democratic media, because this is the lie. I don't have a thing for it, but I have two rules. Rule one, everything they say is projection and confession. The other side is criminal. They don't respect the courts. They want to steal the election. They want to let immigrants in. They want chaos. They want inflation. They want crime. It's all projection and confession. And rule two, everything they say and do, they're doing with intent. They're not just dumb. They are dumb, but they're not just dumb. They're very effectively evil.
And the mainstream media.
Imagine if people just believe this. They don't watch CNN and other people, and they don't watch Democrats to hear any of what's said. All they hear is the narrative that is explained to them about what they're supposed to hate and how they're actually the good guys who are under attack. The other side is biased. So are you unbiased? Are you neutral? Is that the assertion with your disinformation campaign?
Many members of the Democrat Party do, which is say, I'm not complying, Hunter Biden. The Supreme Court justices
Hunter Biden is not a member of the Democratic Party. Impeach Hunter now. Impeach him. Impeach Hunter Biden now.
The rocker, President Biden. Right? We have a lot of examples of people who disrespect the court when they disagree with their ruling. President Trump is not one of them. I also point out, just to underscore, that the glee with which we are watching the Democratic Party and the mainstream media,
right,
and Letitia James and the Attorney General.
Right. We don't go after the courts, which is why we're going after all of the lawmakers right now.
Just everyone, that belies the fact that
literally everybody that isn't agreeing with us is attacking us. And what choice do we have other than to violently defend ourselves? What up,
this is simply political. To them, it is a circus. They're popping popcorn. They have no actual respect of the gravity.
Can you show me a clip? Can you show me a clip of the Democrats doing any of this? No, you're just the victim.
That a judgment is on a human, and especially an American.
Yeah, that is so well put. And we're supposed to respect that.
Now, of course, I didn't not come with evidence. Back in courts after he was days into this.
What he did with Vadim Dengorin.
The fascist
okay,
standpoint.
This is how we respect the courts.
That Donald Trump often views the world.
Named Dengorin, to be seriously looked at, especially what he did with valuations. He's the one, he's a fraudulent valuator.
No. I just like the E. Jean Carroll case, I accept the results because I didn't do anything wrong. And she's lying and the court's lying and they came after me. No, I'm not a fraud. They lied about me. No. This indictment is fake. The court's lied. No. This is an illegal search warrant from the fake hoax. Joe Biden controlled police. There's not a single time Republicans have lost in court and they respected it. But they boldly tell you they're the only ones that accept things because they frame their lies as fact. Thus the name of the channel. Facts based on my brain. Because
you're saying it's a falsehood, and they're giving Sean Spicer, our press secretary, gave alternative facts to them.
Well, that's so silly because it's somebody's version of the truth, not the truth.
Truth is truth. I don't mean to go like...
No, it isn't truth. Truth isn't truth. The President of the United States says, I didn't...
Truth isn't truth. Mr. Mayor, do you realize what...
Where he values Mar-a-Lago at $18 million, and people say it's worth 50 to 100 times that much. The biggest...
Literally everything he's saying is a lie.
Experts...
But it's Democrats like Hunter and Joe Biden that are the real criminal mastermind family that don't respect the courts. Projection and confession.
In the business.
And if that is not enough for you, here's another one where he's really just going full blast, calling this verdict a scam and all of the other common nonsense. When Donald Trump is respecting the courts when he disagrees with the ruling, respecting the judges when he disagrees with their ruling.
The other decision, it will be my honor to post, and we'll post whatever is necessary, whether it be cash or security or bonds. It's a decision we appreciate and respect the appellate division very much. And we will, I think, do very well in that whole thing. We have a judge who I believe is a crooked judge and a crooked attorney general, absolutely crooked. We did nothing wrong at all, 100%, and that was proven, and everybody there said it was proven. All you have to do is read the legal scholars, and you see that it was proven. But we will continue with that, but we appreciate very much the decision of the appellate division. Thank you very much.
So you tell me, is Fox News dealing with reality on reality's terms? Is Fox News, is it dealing its audience straight, shooting them straight? Is it giving them the truth and the unvarnished reality of the world? No. It is absolutely a political operation, a culture war operation, a propaganda operation, and there is no better example than that particular statement. It's like the dumb woman for the other day. I think I talked about it last week, maybe the week before, that Donald Trump doesn't whine about his situation. He just takes his lumps. He's not a whiner or a complainer. But they have to have MAGA world.
Well, Missy, that's why I started the channel. Because I was watching debates online and people didn't understand the dynamic that was going on. You had centrist and lefties acting like if I just gave them the proper information, I can win them over with facts and logic. It's closed. I regret to inform you that the marketplace of ideas has been closed for renovations. It has been defiled with the remnants of good ideas and good intentions. I don't want you to waste your trip, though. We do have the Hall of Emotions. Feel free to go in there. However, don't bother with the facts and logic, because there's no place for them there, as, of course, this is the Hall of Emotions. Not understanding how to communicate in today's new world is a major failure by the left and liberals. Not understanding that it's not about reality. It's not about a salary. It's all about reality. No, it's not about reality. It's about fabricating a reality.
Believe it. Otherwise, the support network for Donald Trump is going to start evaporating, without a doubt. Anyway, what do you think? I would love to.
So, people that were here last night saw this. And Donnie O'Sullivan spent like a year or two really getting to know families that have like lost family members to the MAGA cult. He's not like the Good Liars or whatever out there just making content. He did like real journalism. Like he did a great job. And Donnie explains this infrastructure of spread.
This tragic event was taken, used as a political battering ram in our culture wars in this country at the moment, and people decided to.
The funny thing was, it wasn't actually the ship that you saw that took down the bridge. It was ghost buses. Right, Madness? Ghost buses.
To blame DEI, diversity and inclusion policies, some way for the crashing of this ship.
What spreads these? Once these are posted, how do they get spread so quickly, Donnie?
Yeah, I mean, the pretty remarkable thing is that, you know, we saw the numbers immediately on Tuesday morning, and it was tens of millions of people saw these posts. It's very possible that tens of millions of Americans woke up on Tuesday morning, and before they actually saw the news, before they actually saw the facts of what happened in Baltimore, they would have read some of these conspiracy theories.
And that's not an accident. People ignore what Bannon and the Russians did in conjunction with Assange and Trump, with Stone being an intermediary, liaison. There was a coordinated attack on Americans. You had the, what was the hack that Cambridge Analytica used? It's not CrowdStrike, was it? What was the hack? Anyway, there was a hack of all of our personality profiles and voting profiles. And then Cambridge Analytica, who, by the way, the people that own Cambridge Analytica helped fund Trump's campaign. The vice president at the time of Cambridge Analytica in America was Steve Bannon, who became Trump's campaign manager, who then Paul Manafort sold internal polling data, Cambridge Analytica data about who to target and their personality profiles, gave it to the Russians, who then had Prigozhin, the guy that ran the Wagner group, who did that coup, who, you know, like Carol Baskin's husband, fell out of the fucking sky. He ran the bot farms. So between Bannon and all the work he did since Gamergate in the Pizzagate to create these networks and radicalize people, add in Michael Flynn, who we know Bannon and the Trump campaign paid Flynn Intel Group, or whatever the group they paid was, something like VizSense that they paid, that was owned by, I think, Iodinisis and Flynn, both who were unregistered foreign agents of Turkey, by the way. And you had Bannon and the Trump campaign paying Flynn $200,000 to help manipulate social media with his army of digital soldiers, in conjunction with Russia, in conjunction with Bannon, to attack America. And the Republicans greenlit the entire thing while claiming that Democrats were the problem.
I think, John, look, there's always been conspiracy theories about sort of any cataclysmic event.
Ever since then, the infrastructure has become more obvious, bigger, and way more powerful. Look at what they got Joe Rogan doing. Look at the disaster of disinformation that they've been able to do.
In the United States or around the world. But I think what is different about what we're seeing right now is just the speed and also essentially...
So you talk about how confusing the public benefits them. Yeah. If you believed that everybody was lying except for the people I told you that are telling the truth, and I'm basically the only one you should listen to because everybody else wants to control you. So ignore your lying eyes. And if you're going to hear anything, you got to hear it from me. So what does that lead to?
After me, they're after you. I'm just in the way.
That's right.
What would they throw you in jail for?
Because maybe I'm talking against them. Maybe that's all they need.
But have you ever hoarded classified documents in a bathroom at your golf club?
Well, no, but then again, I've never been president either, and I've never had any exoneration from whatever the document rule.
Well, why would they come after you?
Well, because they're coming after everybody in this country.
No, they're not. They're not coming after everybody in this country at all. They're just coming after him. They're only coming after Trump. They're not even coming after his supporters, even though I would argue that they, to some degree, maybe should, because you are.
So part of, think about the Nazis, okay? Let's just give an extreme example. In 1935, I wonder what percentage, say 32, I wonder what percentage of Germans were like, I guess if they come kill my Jewish neighbors, that'll be fine. Like probably a very small, like almost like it is now. Well, it's getting worse now, but like it was 8 years ago, where, you know, the people that were like going to be fine with the government killing the Jewish neighbors was pretty small. But how do they get the good German neighbors to not only stand idly by while their Jewish friends and neighbors get killed, but they literally report them? How do you get there? You get there through all of the control and disinformation. The same way you get somebody to believe in the rapture, the same way you get somebody to believe in Scientology. You go through a system of behavioral mechanism controls, through behavioral modification techniques, whether it be repetition, whether it be like how the military does, where they break you down as a person to rebuild you. It's all the same tactics. Separate you from your family, bombard you with information, deprive you of sleep, create fear. The only opportunity for relief is the leader.
Are supporting a treasonous monster.
Tell people that your fucking election was stolen and your rights are being taken because you didn't win. Do that all with no proof, while you being the one that orchestrates it. And then you can get them to on Twitch Whispers. I can't, it blocks something kid interview.
Who's trying to bring the country down, but they're not coming after you. And I take it back. They shouldn't come after you. You're good. You're just a little, you know, maybe you're not necessarily the sharpest tool in the toolbox to make political decisions.
Who's Rhodes?
And maybe you should sit out voting day, but you have the right to vote, and you should vote. It doesn't matter. You probably shouldn't vote because you don't believe the elections are real, but you're allowed to vote technically. But man, do I love the good liars. These guys just every time perfectly show the idiocy and the incredibly poorly thought out opinions that these people hold firmly. Not just hold them. She made a sign saying,
"They're not after me. They're after you.
Dakota.
I'm just in the way."
That's right.
They're not coming after me.
Dakota. You're talking about Dakota. Yeah, no, I in fact, I was watching him on Twitch after the sentencing, and even before that. Yeah, Stuart Road kids. I think his name's Dakota.
A TV exclusive. The son of Oath Keepers founder Stuart Rhodes. He's now running for office as a Democrat. In just moments,
he's a good kid.
First, a little bit of a reminder. His father was convicted of seditious conspiracy for his actions around.
Yeah, he's a good kid.
He's currently now running now. Why are you running for this state?
Yeah, now think about, he's running as a Democrat, and the McCloskeys in St. Louis, they became conservative politicians because they pointed guns at protesters. So pointing guns at protesters or killing protesters makes you a conservative icon. Oh, that's interesting. Sometimes kids give me hope. Well, remember that one kid turned in his dad too for the Capitol shit. Where were we?
For me, they're coming after you. I'm just in the way.
Yeah,
That's what
he's a
Trump
wild
has always
kid.
said. In a moment, I'm going to show you exactly what it is that Trump is saying now about these criminal charges he's facing. That really shows.
He he respects the courts. Remember, he, unlike Joe Biden and the government, Hunter Biden, who don't follow the law and disrespect the courts, Trump
lot of what his real
And
game is all
Republicans.
about. He made that sentence up just to get his minions to support him. How they don't see that is mind-boggling to me. Trump came up with that phrase when he first began facing the 91 indictments that he faces today that were brought against him just last year. And credit where credit is due, Trump was smart enough, if you want to call it smart, savvy enough, self-interested enough, devious enough to take a dire situation both politically and personally and immediately jump on an opportunity to use his gullible base as a shield. And they just lined right up to do it. Because when Trump says they're not coming after me, they're coming after you, he's just...
FYI, this is the guy that showed Charlie Kirk an ultrasound, and Charlie Kirk said that's definitely a human baby. And Glebe goes, it's actually a dolphin. You've
in the way. What he's actually saying is the exact opposite. They're not coming after you. They're coming after
projection and confession.
Him only.
On
He's
purpose.
in the way of his own crimes. That's all that he is saying. He's using his army of minions to morph his legal
Why's my guy got his fucking nasal meds on the counter?
problems into some kind of strange quasi-political stance. The evil demonic Democrats are coming after you because I'm not technically allowed to keep top secret documents, or
that's part of the one of the things that makes trying to figure out how to make this video difficult is some of the things overlap. I guess maybe it'll make sense to use a clip and then use it again in the other section to show how it works.
Divert funds and hide them to pay a porn star for an affair I had with her, or to, you know, undermine the election and try to put fake electors to take away your vote and actually claim that the election was not real and that it was rigged and still be claiming that, and to send people into the Capitol to even not certify the election, the very basic basis of not only our democracy but of human decency. Doesn't want to go down in history as the sorest loser of all time. Instead, he has convinced his many, many supporters in every state across the country that his legal problems are actually political stances. He was able to force then the sheep in the Republican Party to come out on his behalf and cry foul, thus lending such amplification to him saying
he's got a Navage in his bathroom.
That it's a hoax and a witch hunt and a total sham and a Biden trial and Biden...
What percentage of people with nose meds like that do coke?
Caused it, when it's none of those things. It's he committed crimes that he's now being prosecuted for. And since his legal problems are now political stances in their eyes, his supporters are emboldened by it. Keep sending indictments, they say. That'll just make them vote for him even more. And
you have to consider your most unaware audience. Yeah. That's the biggest problem I have. Like, I'm so impressed by Just a Lazy Gamer because of how concise he can be. And that's why I thought about, I still think the video series that should be made is almost like a cartoonish 5 to 6 minute videos explaining almost like a flip book how your family, how you lost your Mima and Peepaw to conspiracies.
Here's clearly Trump admitting that's what he thinks.
Would you be concerned that a conviction, if you are convicted in that trial, could cost you the election, given what Todd said voters are...
Well, it could also make me more popular because the people know it's a scam.
This is one of the reasons he's back with such a fury. That he's back with so much momentum. The reason is that
literally every moment of coverage by every source on the right is misinformation and fear at all times.
The reason is because
I mean, it is a serious. Think about the perspective of how frustrating it is watching them and dealing with them. Imagine the anxiety that you must live with on a daily basis, thinking you need 47 guns and a whole room so that you can protect yourself against 4 trans athletes. Like what is it that you're afraid of?
Because of that. Because the lawfare is not working.
Getter. There's another right-wing platform. They're all right-wing.
You can look on every aspect. The lawfare is not working. And they say, well, if he gets convicted, but if he's convicted,
sinus problems.
It'll drop. He'll drop.
But streamers and chatters are notoriously high in percentage of mental illness and physical illness.
5 points. Whoa. The lawfare is not working. We can see that.
Lawfare.
It's a major part of Trump's
We want law and order, but the law isn't working the way it needs to work.
Campaign.
And he's probably right about that. Steve Bannon also, who went from Trump advisor to also facing his own legal indictments to then far hard right political radio broadcaster, thinks that Trump's legal woes are a major part of what will get him reelected. He thinks that this lawfare that they're...
No. When I used to do coke, it was impossible to hide because my nose would literally just run for days.
Fighting against him, his own term he made up for warfare done through the court system, is actually making people so emboldened to support him and not hurting him in any way. But if conviction...
So not only do you have the media, but you have the politicians.
Opposite of what Americans need right now. This is just another con game by the Democrats calling something one thing.
This is disinformation and dehumanizing all at the same time. Dehumanizing is such an essential part of the process because that's how you get a neighbor to report their friend for death because they've been convinced their friend's the reason their life sucks.
Gentlewoman's time is expired.
Republican Congressman Lauren Boebert is once again taking credit for federal funding for Colorado projects that Boebert actually voted against. Boebert's office sent out a news release bragging about her role.
Here is a perfect example of disinformation. And like the whole process, they tried to hurt the local area by rejecting funding. This is the entire Republican agenda, though. She's just an easy example. So they try to hurt the local worker by rejecting funds. Then they demonize the people that passed it as the enemy and destroying the country. And then they try to take credit for the benefits of the money they rejected coming into their area to actually provide the help that they intentionally voted to keep away. Whether it be Medicare expansion, whether it be federal grant money, no matter what it is, if it's not for the rich and the corporations directly, they want to hurt the American people. They want to destroy the country because they want their white utopia.
In securing funding for projects like highway safety improvements and water reservoir construction in southern Colorado. Boebert is one of 40 Republicans who...
I can't remember this dude's name. I can't remember the reporter. If Stickers is still here, he'll know. But this is one of the best reporters in the country.
Obtained earmarks and then voted against the bill.
No, are you telling me the same congresswoman who abandoned her?
She looks like she's wearing a doily. And, I mean, decent on the makeup, but, like, this looks like an alien in reasonable skin.
Her constituents at the drop of a hat and switch districts to try and remain relevant.
Today, I am announcing my candidacy.
Yo, she got a ring light. She's a TikTok star. She got a ring light.
And switch districts to try and...
If you wear glasses, don't get a fucking ring light, please.
Remain relevant.
Today, I am announcing my candidacy for the 2024 Republican nomination to represent Colorado's
carpetbagger
4th Congressional District. This is the right move for Colorado.
She's a rat fucking carpetbagger.
Colorado. For us.
I'd like to ask her just a really simple question, and that is, could you give the definition of carpetbagger to me?
Does she know? Does she know? That's the question. Is she embarrassed, or is she so ignorant there's no reason to be embarrassed?
Would also boast about the benefits of an infrastructure bill she vehemently opposed.
Pre-watched? I may have seen this one.
Bagger to me.
But I mean, we called it a carpetbagger immediately. Hey, Stickers, what's the reporter's name? The anchor's name.
Would also boast about the benefits of an infrastructure bill she vehemently opposed. I'll be shocked.
I'm shocked. Shocked. Well, not that shocked.
The bill she's celebrating, the bill she
shocked,
voted against, actually helps make the lives of her constituents better. It allocated $5 million for a water reservoir in her district and millions more for highway repairs and renovations and other projects. It's
That guy sounds like somebody that would save children in a movie.
the kind of thing a resident wants their elected representative to do. It helps.
But this is part of the system. Disinform that this money is going to be bad. Then deregulate so that corporations can maximize profits against workers and the community. Dehumanize the workers when the profiteering goes wrong and harms the community. And then destroy everything. We got to get rid of Social Security. We got to get rid of Medicare. We got to get rid of any sort of public assistance. We got to get rid of the IRS and stop collecting money. Now think about this, right? I'm a retired business guy. Still has some ownership of a business and some other stuff. But if I want to pay off a debt or decrease a deficit, let's say, if I want to run a healthy company, can we imagine if I never tried to get new business, didn't try to collect the accounts receivable I have due, and all I ever did was try to cut pay for the workers, to try to stiff my vendors, take advantage of them? Imagine how my business would go. Then you look at America and Republicans say we should run the country like a business. And all they want to do is cut the revenue that the business does. The only way America makes money is through taxes. We need to run the country like a business and not have a deficit, not have a national debt. And the way we're going to do that is not sell anything or bring in any money. We're going to let all of the money we can collect go to the wealthy business owners. And then we're going to say we don't have any money, so we can't have schools anymore. But we have enough money to give money for the private schools.
Them out. The problem is that she's
And
not
if you don't like that, get out of the country, right?
a serious representative.
Let's stop grooming our children, including our military kids. It's gross.
This is the dehumanizing disinformation. This is where you need it in both. They're dehumanizing. Just replace Democrat, replace the left, replace immigrants, replace teachers, replace whoever they're spreading hate about. Just say Jewish people and see what it sounds like.
It is wrong. I am here to take a stand against it, and I urge my colleagues to pass my amendment.
It's just another con game by the Democrats, calling something one thing and saying another.
Expired.
This is making the IRS, which
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
Funding the IRS is an attack on America because they want to collect the money we're owed. That's an outrage. Collecting the money we're owed and then helping my local community, that is antithetical to the Republican project. Think about what that just said. Collecting money and helping your community is antithetical to the project. So if you're working to harm your community so that you can dehumanize people, so that you can claim We are under attack so that you can get elected, so that you can give more money to the rich and cancel more benefits for the community. And then when you don't accomplish your goal of destruction, you go, oh, yeah, look how good I am for you, bringing money to the community. I mean, this is abuse. Yes. This is lit. This right here. They are an abusive spouse to America. They demonize us. They scold us. They take away our fucking allowance. They punish us. They lock us up like this was a Hildebrand house.
Pentagon, the State Department,
gentlewoman is no longer recognized. The gentleman from Missouri reserve.
And she's not serious about governing. So she votes against the bill, then celebrates the bill.
How about she says they held me out and wouldn't let me vote on the bill? I was trying to do something, and then she runs up the stairs, and we know she was late. Like, literally, these people that claim to be Christians and patriots want to secede from the Union, want a civil war, want to overthrow the government, and want violence in the name of God. They want to hurt.
Because she cares more about getting reelected than being a public servant.
Boebert's office sent out a news release bragging about her role in securing funding for projects like highway safety improvements and water reservoir construction in southern Colorado. Boebert requested that funding through the earmark process, which is when members of Congress add local projects to bigger spending bills. In this case, Boebert's earmarks were part of the government spending bill that passed in early March. Boebert is one of 40 Republicans who obtained earmarks and then voted against the bill. She was out calling it, quote, swamp omnibus bill, and said that it funded Democratic priorities.
If you remember, she did the same thing with President Biden's infrastructure bill, opposed it only to take credit for it, and we here at the Midas Network got the president's reaction to that.
The historic investments we're celebrating today is in Congressman Boebert's district. She, along with every single Republican colleague, voted against the law that made these investments in jobs possible.
She's saying that she's ultra MAGA.
You know, we are addressed as MAGA extremists, extreme MAGA Republicans. And I would like to make just a clarification point. It's ultra MAGA.
For what? Arresting me for what? I'm not allowed to stand up for myself? I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America?
Arguably the most successful Republican Speaker of the House in the 21st century was a serial child molester.
She's ultra MAGA, all right.
In case you didn't hear that.
Arguably the most successful Republican Speaker of the House in the 21st century was a serial child molester.
Yeah, but it's the other people that are groomers.
Look,
we need to protect the children from the other side. Isn't that right, Speaker Hassert?
for years I served in the Senate. Some of my closest friends, and that's not hyperbole, were people I disagreed with, Republicans. There are 7 Republicans still in the United
States. Much lower standards.
It's time that we acknowledge something that may be obvious by now.
This is like 2 years old by now.
We hold Republican Congresswoman Lauren Boebert to a different standard than every other elected official.
This is true with the entire Republican project. The media, the mainstream media, is afraid to call out Republican fascism, to call out what the insurrection actually was. I mean, it's been ruled in courts that Trump engaged in insurrection. And yet the media is afraid of looking political by using the actual words the judge said. The judge said Trump is a rapist. But they're afraid to say that because it seems partisan to accurately report on Republicans. when you accurately report on what they do, you seem partisan, which is how they compare felony indictments in 4 jurisdictions. 19, I think, RICO in Georgia. 4 people have already pled guilty. 16 in Michigan. Somebody's already pled guilty. Nevada. Wisconsin admitted to it. And we're still saying, if you don't believe, the RNC, if you don't believe in that the 2020 election was stolen and you won't push that, you can't work for the RNC. The media compares all the criminal activity of the Republican regime, all the state media, all the propaganda, all the violence, and they compare it to Joe Biden being old. Not a criminal, just old. Because that's how you remain neutral. And this is actually a character that Smite Knight used to play, the ultimate centrist. Can't we find middle ground between genocide and healthcare? Can't we find middle ground between a white ethno-state and equality? Because if you report on direct, obvious racism, that's partisan. Because if you get banned for overt racism on a platform, that's an attack on conservatives. If you explain that the Unite the Right rally was alt-right and supporters of the Confederacy, well, that's just calling all Republicans racist. If you explain January 6th was a coup and a terrorist attack, then you're calling all Republicans terrorists. So we can't do that. We can't call it an insurrection. We can't explain that Ashley Babbitt's death was like a righteous shoot. If that happened in your home, conservatives would let you run for office if you killed the person that jumped through the window at your house. But if you're a fucking domestic terrorist jumping through a window to go kill fucking politicians, well, you're an innocent victim, a patriot.
In Colorado, we hold Congresswoman Boebert to a far lower standard. If we held her to the same standard as every other elected Republican and Democrat in Colorado, we would be here near nightly chronicling the cruel, false, and bigoted things that Boebert says for attention and...
Joe Biden says a thing challenging the fascism of Republicans. And Trump comes out and says, crooked Joe Biden with his deadbeat son out here breaking the law. He was attacking me. He was trying to destroy the country. That was the meanest speech I've ever seen from crooked, evil Joe Biden and the groomer Democrats who want to kill babies and trans your kid. I've never seen a politician be so mean. Well, I only fight back. I'm just hitting back.
This is a direct quote, but Chrissy Teigen referred to Donald Trump as a pussy ass bitch. Pussy ass bitch. Pussy ass bitch.
Fundraising. This is not about politics, assuming politics is still about things like taxes, national security, healthcare, jobs, and public lands. This is about us as journalists, recognizing that we'll hold a politician accountable if they say something vile once, but we won't do it if they do it every day. Our double standard is unfair to all the elected officials in Colorado, Republicans and Democrats, who display human decency. Its recent performance of sorts that got her thrown out of the theater in Denver was a lot of things, but it wasn't a surprise. I haven't seen a single person say why I am shocked that Lauren Boebert was rude, disruptive, and belligerent. This is, after all, the Congresswoman who suggested that a Muslim colleague was a suicide bomber. I haven't seen anyone surprised that Boebert did not tell the truth about what happened. Because, I mean, days before, we just fact-checked her latest false claim about migrants.
Oh, wait. I thought this was long before the Beetlejuice thing, though.
I haven't seen anyone say that it was out of character for the Congresswoman to appear to berate theater staff members who are just trying to do their jobs. Really, the only surprise in all of this is that Boebert, once she got caught, apologized and said that she didn't live up to her values. What? I mean, when Boebert didn't know that the cameras were watching, she was exactly who she is when she does know people are watching. Boebert reportedly asked the theater staff, "Don't you know who I am?" Yes, we do.
Sadly, Boebert is not alone in her hypocrisy. Many Republicans have been caught celebrating investment in their community.
No, see, this is the failure, because they point out the individual things. This isn't
that they voted against. 10 Republicans, including Representative Maria Elvira Salazar, voted against the CHIPS and Science Act bill, a major legislative accomplishment under Butchers and CHIPS here in
is at FIU. But you voted against the bill that gave the money that you then signed a check for and handed and had a photo op, the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2023, right? You voted against that bill.
Right now, you have to give me more details.
Oh, what a fucking pussy. No, I don't remember that. No, I don't remember the word. You'd have to give me the bill. Prove it. Prove it. No, that's a deep fake. These people are fucking shameless. And then they'll tell us we need more Christianity because the morality of the country is being destroyed. Oh, do you remember that child that you abused? No, I don't know what you're talking about. This is just like the fucking Frankie. The nerve of abusing your children while teaching other people how to live their lives.
But I do know that every time I have an opportunity.
Representative Nancy Mace and Senator Tommy Tuberville are among the many GOP senators.
No, but they know which ones they tried to kill.
Senators and representatives who voted against the infrastructure bill to only
$1.2 trillion infrastructure bill.
It's a great bill.
Well,
so I'm going to try to finish up with the disinformation stuff.
This bill, this $1.2 trillion infrastructure bill isn't true infrastructure. Like if we're going to do infrastructure, let's do infrastructure.
Because infrastructure is only roads and bridges. That's it. Roads and bridges. I guess docks and airports. And, pipelines, water reservoirs, electric towers.
Less than 10% of it, $110 billion, goes to, quote, surface transportation. And of that, $70 billion is public mass transit, leaving you only 40.
It's all disinformation. Now, here's the thing. They don't come up with these talking points on their own. Leonard Leo or Harlan Crow or Bannon or Flynn or one of these motherfuckers sends out a letter, like the Heritage Foundation will send out a letter. Here's the law we're writing for you. Here's your talking points.
$30 billion or 3 or 4% to go to roads.
Fixing roads, bridges, sewage, water treatment. Spending money on all that is a waste. It's a waste. And that's why people complain that we cut taxes to the rich. Because they think infrastructure includes things other than the road I can see.
Bridges, traditional things that Americans, really desperately need in their communities. And so There are 42 new taxes in the infrastructure legislation as well, and these are
right. Bringing in more money to pay off the debt and pay for services is terrible. Better that we just kill all the people that need services. Like, let's just look at homeless people. Can't we round them up and put them in a camp, put them to work?
just things I can't support.
Well, that's interesting because this person here looks a lot like you. If you thought Dark Brandon destroying Tuberville yesterday during a press conference for shamelessly taking credit for the very thing he voted against.
Just last week, we announced our plan to bring affordable high-speed internet. To no one's surprise, it's bringing along some converts. People strenuously opposed, voting against it when we had this going on. This was going to bankrupt America. Well, there's a guy named Tuberville, senator from Alabama, who announced that he strongly opposed the legislation. Now he's hailing its passage. Here's what he said, quote, "It's great to see Alabama receive critical funds to boost ongoing broadband efforts."
That helps the lives of people that live in their districts. If someone...
Welcome aboard.
For someone else's work.
I would say...
This DEI is fucking destroying the country, don't you think? Don't you think the DEI is actually destroying the country? Like, look at this picture. This is all DEI.
Welcome aboard. Look, this is good policy.
I think understanding what is cause and effect and what's correlation and what's causality, I guess cause and effect, like, I think generally people don't know how to do it.
And it's true that not every member of Congress was there with us when we were working to get this done. And it turns out that is no barrier to them being glad to see that funding come to their districts. I think because this was good policy all along. And look,
no, it's bad policy, which is why they celebrate it.
Just the other day, I found out what the word woke means.
What does it mean? Inform me.
Just like millennial talk, you might want to help me here. Just kind of just the very liberal green, tree hugging, same sex, transgender.
Yeah, everything that I want to be bigoted and hateful towards, we just say woke. That way, we don't get called racist.
BLM, I mean...
Right. Immigrants.
That's woke.
I love when...
Right. And how do we get them there?
And I say this with a unblemished record of heterosexuality. He looks good. And he looks hard.
This man has an erection.
My wife says he looks fierce. He looks hard.
Still has an erection.
Today, Donald Trump's...
He must be from Pittsburgh because ain't nobody wearing a Pirates shirt that's not from Pittsburgh. It's a dead giveaway.
Mugshot is the Rage Against the Machine cover shot. And it's not Rage Against the Machine.
Notice how it's funded and sponsored by Rumble. Peter Thiel. One of the non-woke platforms that will let you be as racist as you want.
It's Rage Against the Regime.
Everyone on Instagram is now posting that as their profile picture on Instagram.
So look at how they do this. Charlie Kirk, Fresh and Fit, on Tim Pool. Then Rogan will talk about it. He'll pull up a clip. This is all part of the infrastructure.
Yeah, it's legendary. Yeah. Honestly, the Republicans and the populace love it because they love him. Yeah, and they understand that it's him in an act of defiance.
Yeah. He is now seen by non-political folks as a rebel, an outsider with swagger, and as one black.
See how they're building him up as a king? These are journalists who are pissed off about the left not being objective. The left isn't objective. By the way, isn't this the guy that was like, Sir Trump, with tears in my eyes? Does it ever get lonely being so great?
black lady I spoke with earlier today here in New Orleans said outside he is now
Listen to the
seen by
racism.
non-political folks as a rebel, an outsider with swagger. And as one black lady I spoke with earlier today here in New Orleans said, Trump's a gangster. And that means he has cred.
This guy has never talked to a single black person.
But they are so dumb to give us the symbol. That right there will now be the bat symbol.
Here's a quick rule of thumb, Chuckles. If you notice anyone out there saying that Donald Trump's mugshot is cool, you will realize pretty quickly that those people are not cool. They are the whiniest, creepiest, soy boy, beta weirdos in the universe. This dude.
The Republicans and the populists love it because they love him.
Yeah.
And they understand that it's him in an act of defiance.
Yeah.
No. They hate him. 35% of people like him. That's not a populace. The 53% of people who back the indictments, that's a majority. But why would I expect you to be cool? You're on the Tim Pool cast, the Timp cast, and that guy wears his beanie indoors. I mean, it's his studio. Doesn't he control the air conditioning? No grown man gets
Stickers, where did you put those pictures? Where did you put the pictures with Diddy and Trump?
chicks because he has a sword. Actually, I take that back. If it was the year 1530, you would slay, bro. You would slay. Nobody wants to go back to your Timcast studio and look at your sword. It's what an 11-year-old thinks is awesome. Tim Pool, no one took him to Chinatown when he was 11 to go buy ninja stars. If someone did that, we could have avoided this whole thing. These are the guys who say that masculinity is dead and call us all gay and then turn around and gargle Trump's balls.
He looks hard. He looks good, and he looks hard.
You look like you're getting hard.
Today, Donald Trump's mugshot is the Rage Against the Machine cover shot. And it's not rage against the machine, it's rage against the regime.
Ew, dude. That's like, look. Little pre-cum came out. It's so weird.
Now he joins Frank Sinatra. He joins Elvis Presley. He joins Johnny Cash and Tupac Shakur.
I love this game. He also joins all of these people. He does not join Frank Sinatra. Frank Sinatra got that mugshot for the crime of
Trump, the Biden crime family, which has not been adjudicated in court at all. The Biden crime family is destroying America. Also, Trump's felony indictments, his civil convictions, they all make him better. See, when Trump's a criminal, it's to be celebrated. But Biden's the real criminal.
seduction. Not even making it up. Trump got arrested for putting boxes near a toilet and pathetically begging the Secretary of State of Georgia to cheat for.
And yet, in a fucking impeachment hearing, a Republican has the nerve to say Trump had the boxes in one secure location.
For him because he lost so bad.
You could feel the excitement in Atlanta when Trump was in town about to be processed.
Yeah, they were excited he was getting arrested. If only there was some way to know whether people in Atlanta like Trump. There is. They don't like him. I'll tell you exactly what's happening here. Everybody knows that this indictment, the crimes, they're all bad for him, but they can't admit that. They're all just calling Trump cool so he'll like them, which is like the least cool thing you can do.
Yeah,
that's it.
Fuck.
I just put the headphones on.
So their king, this picture right here, Donald Trump, pedophile Diddy, sexual assaulter hiding in Bali, Russell Simmons, and what's his fucking name? Andre Harrell, the guy that was probably fucking 18, 19, 20-year-old Diddy. Before Clive Davis, he was also probably fucking Clive Davis. And then Clive Davis took his little boy toy away. I mean, Jeffrey Epstein, P. Diddy, Russell Simmons, Andre Harrell. All the best people. This is how we protect the children. Okay. I'm going to skip all the deregulation stuff. Okay? Boeing crashing because they're being deregulated. 737 MAX, 7 out of the sky. This says Republicans promise deregulation. This isn't the one I wanted to keep. Republican attached Wall Street deregulation to highway bill.
David, we are now in, well, almost a month and a half into the Trump administration. And while all of the intrigue about Donald Trump and his coterie of ne'er-do-wells, all of the attention is on their Russian intrigue and Donald Trump's tweeting and the potential of an FBI investigation or non-investigation or Barack Obama's, I guess, personal eavesdropping on what's going on in Trump Tower get all the attention. We have this situation in terms of actual policy and in terms of how, I guess, the rubber meets the road in Washington, D.C., where we have the Republicans really unable to get any of their major legislative projects off the ground. But they are still, with the help of some executive orders, able to achieve at least, I guess, sort of tangible results from their perspective.
Yeah, I think we shouldn't ignore the fact that the well-oiled machine that Donald Trump has been claiming exists in Washington
Take it easy, bud.
Is inoperative except for in this case of deregulation.
Thanks for hanging out.
New York Times has compiled this data, and you can just see it, that dozens of regulations that were set to go under the Obama administration have been delayed. In several cases, they have been outright rejected through a process known as the Congressional Review Act. Congress has nullified a handful of these rules. And just the very act of putting in place officials running federal agencies that have no interest in that agency, a lot of these rules have been effectively nullified by neglect. And
so first they lie about their intentions and who's doing what. Then when they get power, they actively work to destroy. Louis DeJoy put there to destroy the post office. Like Betsy DeVos put there to destroy the Department of Education. Ling or whatever Trump called McConnell's wife, put her there to destroy our transportation departments. Like, this is the Republican project. It's not Trump.
Combination of all that is for corporate America, let's say, an environment that is simply far more permissive than it was before January 20th.
You know, Steve Bannon, when he went to CPAC, I think gave the clearest distillation of a big part of the Trump agenda and, frankly, the Republican agenda. And when he said that the picks to head most of these cabinet agencies, or I should say at least the ones, the regulatory ones, was deconstructive picks to
deconstruct, to destroy. You think I'm making this up and I'm some kind of radical. What does the word deconstruct mean? They want to deconstruct the administrative state. So like OSHA, worker protections, minimum wage, the FDA, the FBI, the IRS, the Department of Education, their stated goal is to destroy the government. I'm not a nut job. If you listen, they just tell you.
To just essentially undermine, undercut the mission, the structure, and the process of these agencies. And it is, I mean, it's quite clear. And
so when I say they want to destroy America, this video is 7 years old. This isn't a new thing.
Explicit about it because at this point, you know, there's not much anybody can do about it.
I mean, how did we have the financial crisis of 07, 08 to 09? Deregulation. .com bubble, deregulation. Run on banks, deregulation. Silicon Valley Bank, deregulation. Sam Bankman-Fried, deregulation. Bernie Madoff, deregulation.
And it shows the power of A, the presidency, but B, how much easier it is if your agenda is to just tear down, right? Because you don't care where things land, really.
Right, and it's particular agencies as well, because this president has no problem with big government when you're talking about immigration and customs enforcement,
right,
mountains,
or abortion, or school curriculum, or who can participate in sports,
or building up
or if you're allowed to kneel, or if you're required by law to stand for the anthem.
The military and making use of defense contractors and increasing the power of the imperial state. However, these other agencies, it is very clear
organized by both parties.
That their agenda
What's up, TSG?
is to
how else do I know you?
Hollow out the administrative state and the regulatory apparatus. And it's not just done by rulemaking. I mean, for example, there was this decision on H-1B visas, which the Trump administration, these are visas for high-skilled immigrants, usually used by tech firms. And they decided, well, we used to expedite the applications of these things, but now we're just not going to do that. And it's going to take you months and months, if not years, to get these processed and get visas for these workers that you want to bring over from India or China or wherever. That's an example. If you just sort of slow things down, that is a point in the corner of what they want to do as well. Another example is there was this very notable bondholder.
I don't think it's anywhere near the same. Like, not even close.
Conference.
Like, not even close.
Out in Las Vegas last week. And the SEC normally sends investigators to just kind of keep tabs on what is going on in the financial industry, and they didn't send anybody. So it's more than just making a rule or even going through enforcement activities or neglecting, obvious violations of the law. It's just a general permissiveness, and it permeates all of the types of things that the Trump administration wants to pull back from. It doesn't mean that that there's limited government in every single federal agency.
Okay, all right. So they're all the same. Both parties are the same. Like, why bother discussing the difference? And, there's as many people in the Democrats to fall for QAnon and Pizzagate and Stop the Steal. I mean, it's basically the same. No, I know. Both sides are the same. They're the same.
In some cases, there's much more government. But it does mean that, particularly for corporate America, they do not have to worry as much about compliance with federal law.
All right, let's talk about a couple of these rules that have been either overturned through the Congressional Review Act or have been through executive order. I mean, what are some of the ones that stick out to you?
So, like, why vote? Why do anything? Just be libertarian.
And again, these are rules that we didn't necessarily have for an extended period of time, or in some instances hadn't even kicked in quite yet.
In most cases, that's the case, that they haven't even kicked in. For example, through the Congressional Review Act, which only requires a majority vote in each House of Congress.
Can you show me the last 3 made-up stories that were concocted by the Democrats and liberal media? What are the last 3 stories that were concocted as disinformation by the left to accomplish a goal of manipulation that they just made up?
To sort of nullify a rule that was passed in the last 60 legislative days of the previous administration. And so that goes back to last June because of the way legislative days are counted. The one rule was protecting rivers and streams from mining waste. That was thrown out. A second rule was an anti-corruption rule around oil and gas companies having to disclose the payments that they made to foreign governments.
So there's multiple purposes to this deregulation. Not only is it what the corporations want and the best way for them to profiteer, but it serves another function. When you deregulate, you start cutting corners. When you start cutting corners, you don't add the extra protections to your utility wires that even a court said you need to do. You don't do that because you'd rather pay the fine if you get caught than not have your stock price go up. Because the stock price is your money. So you'll do whatever you got to do to cut the corners. And if they can reduce the amount of regulations, then you can get away with not putting the security protocols onto your wires And then your wires can start fires and they can kill people. And like, that's fine because you're a corporation. We can't arrest anybody. Or if you make opioids, we can deregulate the pharmaceutical industry. And then no matter how many people your drugs kill, you can never be held criminally responsible for all the deaths that you led to. Guns, same thing. As long as we deregulate, then when an airplane falls out of the sky, you know, that's something we can use. GOP on a deregulation spree, and they're taking requests from Big Pharma and anyone else who asks.
His first visit to Metro Detroit as president, Donald Trump puts the focus on auto jobs. Topping our news tonight at 6, it was.
He touted what he considers progress already made in his campaign promise.
Say I followed through on my promise, and by the way, many other promises. You've seen what's happened.
You've seen it.
Many. And immediately withdrew the United States from the TPP. I kept my word. The assault on the American auto industry, believe me, is over.
So, not the workers. Here's the deal. Hey, workers of the auto industry, come together. We're going to help the auto industry by union busting, by deregulating worker safety and worker protections. We're going to deregulate car safety. So, you know, if there's more accidents, so be it. And then when you go on strike, I'm going to say you're making a mistake. And if you don't vote for me, it's going to be a bloodbath. And then I'm going to go to a non-union facility and I'm going to pay them to pretend to be union. And I'm going to pay people to come and support me. And I'm going to do an entire stunt of being pro-union while you're on strike. I'm going to go to your competitor and pretend I'm you. I'm going to pay them money and support your competitor in a non-union shop to pretend I'm supporting the unions so that I can deregulate and hurt the unions.
Our business editor, Rob Maloney, was there for the president's visit today. Roddy talked a lot about the Obama administration's...
So you can't come up with the disinformation campaigns from the left or the Democrats that the Republicans do. But, I mean, they're basically the same. Now, can you give me the 3 big deregulations that the Democrats have worked on recently?
Regulations on the auto industry.
Yeah, particularly as it pertains to gasoline, the CAFE standards, the gas mileage on the auto fleets. But he didn't just keep it to that. He went back 25, 30 years of manufacturing policy and hit his predecessors there as well.
For who? Who's this to benefit? Is this to benefit the worker?
We're going to work on the CAFE standards so you can make cars in America again.
You can make they don't make cars in America? Who are all those fucking people? What are all these things? What are America first, right? Toyota, Kia, and BMW?
Not unusual to see presidents with the United Auto Workers president, but Donald Trump is a Republican and did not get UAW President Dennis Williams' endorsement last year. Yet here they sat today with the heaviest hitters in the U.S. auto industry, and they agreed a deal cut with Barack Obama needs to be upheld. The midterm review of the 2025 CAFE standards that require 50...
So the problem with the Democrats is they don't do a good enough job of pointing out the problem with the Republicans. So they're both the same, except the problem for both sides is the Republicans. Got it. No, that's a great argument. It's a great argument. The Democrats want to deregulate, and I can prove that by saying they don't fight the Republicans hard enough. Got it.
54 miles per gallon by then for entire auto fleets disappeared in the last day of the Obama administration. A review of the 2025 CAFE standards that require 54 miles per gallon by then for entire auto fleets disappeared in the last day of the Obama administration. FCA Chairman and CEO Sergio Marchionne admits he's frustrated about that.
I was there
we all agreed that 2017 and 2018 were going to be used to carry out a thorough midterm review with the full participation of the auto industry. I know for a fact that we were not called in.
So this guy, chairman and CEO of Fiat Chrysler, is complaining that he didn't have enough say in the regulatory decisions about the auto industry. So the guy that wants deregulation is the guy that runs the company. Do you know what else he wants? Union busting. That's what Republicans want.
2018.
Lower wages so he can make more profits. That's what Republicans want.
We're going to be used to carry out a thorough midterm review with the full participation of the auto industry. I know for a fact that we were not called in. So if that involves, I mean, to me, it's like somebody reneged on the deal, and I don't like it.
So he supports the president's decision to restore the review. And while it's believed it will help the auto companies, Marchione says he's happy to go along with whatever gets decided as long as the auto industry gets a chance to make its case.
I think whatever the outcome is, I'll feel better about the process.
Oh,
Now-
so how many of the workers get to decide and have input? Oh, none? Okay, got it. No, okay. I see what you're saying. So they deregulate, and then not only can they use the deregulation for the purposes of profiteering, but then when things go wrong, they can blame the Democrats. But not just the Democrats. When we let Boeing do their own safety inspections and we cut out the regulations, and then Boeing has these certain 737s that need to be grounded for like a year because they were falling out of the sky due to improper information about training and broken systems. And then parts start falling off of these deregulated planes. And so you can't blame the deregulation. So you got to find another way to do it. You need a system. So what we do is we give the rich guy the ability to profiteer. And then when choosing not to do safety protocols through deregulation and profiteering, well, we can't take responsibility. Like when Target has to close a store because they made a bad real estate play, or they economically expected something different to happen. Target says, oh, it's because of crime. It's not us. We didn't make a bad decision. Careful, mate. That foreigner wants your cookie. Where the rich guy has all the cookies, leaves one cookie left, and then gets them to fight over it. How? How do you do that?
Asca was born in 1974 in the tiny Caribbean nation of Antigua, and by every account, he was an outstanding person. Conrad was the leader of the family, said his brother. We all looked up to him. Asca was certainly a man of deep religious faith, and we know that because his final words in the second before his death were,
so being religious makes you good.
Quote, Lord, you now have my soul. Imagine saying that as your final sentence. But his death is a scandal. The reason he died is a scandal, and many in the aviation industry know about it, but it is never mentioned in public.
Now, this is Fox News. Everybody knows why he died, but nobody's allowed to talk about it, so you have to take it from me. Because they're trying to keep this information from you. You need to be scared. And why? What do you need to be scared of?
But his death is a scandal. The reason he died is a scandal, and many in the aviation industry know about it, but it is never mentioned in public.
Can't talk about it.
Tell you because there
It's
are
not deregulation or safety protocols.
lessons in his death for all of us who travel commercially. In February of 2019, Asko was the first officer piloting an Amazon Prime cargo jet for a contractor called Atlas Air. They were flying a Boeing 767. As it approached Houston
So it's a Boeing plane.
Asko assumed full control of the plane. Seconds later, while attempting to apply the speed brakes to land, Asko accidentally pressed a switch that put the plane into go-around mode. And that gave the plane
I don't even know if this is true.
An unexpected jolt of thrust. In response to this unexpected jolt, Asko panicked. Instead of checking his instruments to figure out what was going on, he pushed down hard on the control yoke. He pushed as hard as he could. And then the plane nosedived through the clouds and right into the water.
Oh my God. So the plane fell out of the sky like these 737s do. And why is it?
It was obliterated on impact. It killed him, his co-pilot, and another pilot who was just hitching a ride. So it was obvious from those facts alone that Conrad Asko, decent man though he was, should not have been in control of an
because
airplane.
he's dark and he's not, he doesn't have the same merit as a white person, a white man, a cis hetero white man.
And his personnel records confirm that strongly.
Right.
Before he started flying 760.
Now, I'm not going to show you any of these things. I'm not going to show you proof of any of the assertions because as a journalist, trust me, bro.
For Amazon and Atlas Air, he had been a pilot for 7 different airlines, including Mesa Airlines. Several instructors at Mesa reported that Asko was often overwhelmed in the cockpit, as he was on the day he died.
Wow, so what you're saying is if we had better regulations for pilots, then it'd be safer. Or this plane also might have just, dropped out of the sky because of a faulty system that grounded the entire fleet of planes globally.
Later told the NTSB that in emergencies, Asko, quote, became extremely anxious and would start pushing a lot of buttons without thinking about what he was pushing just to be doing something. To be clear, for a pilot, that can be deadly, and it was. Atlas Air says...
And why is it that this guy did that? And why did they hire him?
It was not aware of any of this when it hired Asko. But once he arrived at Atlas Air, Asko was so deficient in the simulator that all pilots have to train on that the company had to restart simulator training just for him.
So like Lauren Boebert failed her GED, 5 times?
All of his other classmates had graduated. Predictably, in its final report into the Atlas Air crash, the NTSB cited as a cause of the deadly crash the, quote, systemic deficiencies in the aviation industry's selection and performance measurement practices, which failed to address the first officer's aptitude-related deficiencies and maladaptive stress response. By the way, those are things that...
So he was a bad pilot. This one guy probably shouldn't have been a pilot.
All airlines and the military screen for and have since aviation began. And ask his family, who lost their son and husband and brother.
And let's never let the death of a minority go to waste as a white supremacist.
Knew that. And so they have gone on to file several lawsuits against Atlas Air and Amazon for gross negligence.
Because he shouldn't have been in air. And because they're cutting costs and deregulating, he was able to be in the air. So their deregulation caused the problem.
Specifically for putting this man in the cockpit despite his obvious inability to fly an airplane. So why was he flying an airplane?
And I'm sure you have proof of what you're about to assert.
Well, in his specific case, we do not have a definitive answer, but it seems...
we don't really know, but it seems obvious because he's black.
Pretty obvious. Airlines like Atlas Air, in fact, all the airlines, are doing their best to hire and retrain pilots.
So any sort of airplane accident has nothing to do with the deregulation that leads to airplane accidents, according to the whistleblowers. Ignore all that. Because that's not the real problem. We don't have any proof. But come on, guys. Do you see how dark he is? We all know what happened. Airlines, we don't have any proof of this. But these people died because of diversity.
On the basis of irrelevant criteria like their appearance.
Right.
And your appearance to restate has nothing to do with your ability to fly an airplane or perform heart surgery or do anything. It's immaterial.
Right.
But on their websites, both...
Well, which is weird because you think hiring a diverse group of people is a reduction of quality. So diversity equals worse, less. So the best thing we could do is hire, like we used to, predominantly white people based on their merit. But making sure that we're not just hiring white people, that actually reduces the standards.
Amazon and Atlas Air explained that, quote, diversity is paramount in everything they do.
Right.
Here's from the Atlas Air website, quote, we leverage diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI, as a business strategy and driver of innovation. We are guided by DEI philosophy. Oh, yes, well, apparently you are.
So this plane fell out of the sky because of diversity.
Shining a spotlight now on accusations of anti-Semitism
Now notice these are all Fox News.
on college and university campuses.
And Fox News is going to tell you how bad it is that all the other media is biased. The other media is biased. One Fox guy said DEI killed people on a plane.
Nationwide. My next guest says some college and university diversity programs, which were designed to eliminate discrimination and hate, are actually fueling the fire.
Yes, DEI is responsible for racism, actually. If it wasn't for diversity, equity, and inclusion, racism would have been solved. If you just stop talking about it, it'll go away.
Dr. Tavia Lee is a former DEI director at De Anza College. It's public community college out in Cupertino, California. Dr. Lee, thanks for being with us.
Right.
Talk to me about...
So DEI is bad, which is why we're getting a former DEI director to tell us why DEI is bad.
What you see as being behind a lot of the anti-Israel and anti-Jewish sentiment we're seeing.
Oh, this is when we were being anti-Semitic by saying caring about Palestinians is anti-Semitic. Because that means you support Hamas. If you don't want to kill innocent babies, you support Hamas, which means you're anti-Semitic. But like also, where is it? Let's see.
Donald Trump was on the Salem News channel. I guess that's a
Hugh Hewitt's channel.
that's
Hugh Hewitt's
is this
network.
a video channel? There's a Salem News used to be Salem Radio. Maybe they've now expanded it and
So I believe Prager, Hugh Hewitt, and Gorka operate on this channel, but it was radio.
Salem has been a big radio name for quite some time. I will be honest, and I don't mean anything by this. I thought that Sepp Gorka had passed.
Giant
for a long.
Gorka, I'll fix it. Gorka is the sound you make right before you projectile vomit.
Long time, we spent a lot of time talking about Sepp Gorka on this program, and I would have thought that I would have been aware if he was still alive, and I thought he had passed. So I'm, first off, happy to hear that he has not passed.
Really?
Nah.
That's just something you say.
Yeah. It just came out that way. I don't honestly care. He's there to... He hadn't.
Talking
Trump.
Why is it seemingly that this administration, including Chuck Schumer in the Senate, so hate the man that Israel chose as their prime minister? Why do the Democrats hate Bibi Netanyahu?
I actually think they hate Israel.
Yes.
I don't think they hate it.
Yes, they do, because they're demons.
They hate Israel, and the Democrat Party hates Israel. And the Democrat Party, if you remember, when many Israeli representatives, including Netanyahu, when they came to the country begging at that time President Obama, please don't make the Iran nuclear deal, which is a disaster and was a disaster. And I ended it. But unfortunately, they didn't do anything with the ending of it. I ended it and would have had a new deal made with Iran. It would have been good for everybody.
No, I would have, but I'm the victim. I ended the deal and I would have made a new one, but I'm the victim.
There would have been no nuclear weapons.
Right.
You know, they're very close to getting a nuclear weapon right now.
Yes.
And once they have that, it becomes
Pause there for 1 second. I mean, I know we got just a little bit here, but I just Iran so many times and national to do Israel. He did coming in intelligence situation and he has
was top PowerPointing was that freak wasn't true.
And once they have that, it becomes a different form of negotiation, a much more difficult negotiation. But I really believe they hate Israel, and they also see a lot of votes. Don't forget, when you see those Palestinian marches, even I'm amazed at how many people are in those marches. And guys like Schumer see that, and to him it's votes. I think it's votes more than anything.
Yes, to me, it's all about humanity. You know, I don't really care about the election. It's Chuck Schumer. Everything he does is about votes. I'm a man of the people. As a billionaire, give me $20, please.
Else, because he was always pro-Israel.
You know, I like driving around downtown in the Maserati, asking homeless people for money. It's one of my favorite things to do. That's when I dress up like Donald Trump and I go around and I'm like, oh, look, you're begging for money? Let me have a couple bucks. Let me hold a couple dollars.
He's very anti-Israel now. Any Jewish person that votes for Democrats hates their religion. They hate everything about Israel, and they should be ashamed of themselves because Israel will be destroyed.
Right. That's not anti-Semitic at all. But it's actually the left that's anti-Semitic.
Being on campuses.
Yes, thank you for having me on today. Unfortunately, what we're seeing is a toxic ideology that's guiding.
Toxic ideology. Supporting Palestinian lives. Only to genocidal motherfuckers. Right? Only to genocidal motherfuckers is wanting to prevent the death of dead babies, anti-Israel. It's anti-Semitic, actually, to not want the murder of Palestinian children.
A lot of the DEI programs on
It's actually DEI that's causing this.
American college campuses. This ideology is rooted in critical social justice instead of the classical social justice, which most of us are familiar with when we hear that term.
What do you think she does for a living now? Dr. Tabia Lee. Let me look it up real quick. From the Cato Institute, New York Post. It's all right-wing fucking bullshit. Epoch Times. Diversity done wrong, the unjust firing by the American Council of Trustees and Alumni. Director, call for ethnic studies and countering the spread of radical agendas in public education. We are a multi-ethnic coalition of parents, educators, and concerned citizens who oppose dogmatic, politicized agendas in K-12 education across the country.
Schools, teachers, and educators have a precious responsibility to prepare the next generation, to illuminate the past, and to help them learn about the present.
A true education requires teachers to open the minds of their students.
Encourage the power of asking questions rather than providing simple answers.
Educators can do what others can't. They can bring history to life and instill an appreciation for complex ideas and a love of learning.
And ethnic studies and history teachers should help students understand not only the challenges minority communities have faced,
but also their triumphs throughout American history.
Unfortunately, activists and ideologues are turning to the education system to advance an obscure fringe political agenda. They hope no one will notice.
Political actors are writing school curricula that pit students against students.
They paint history with an oversimplified ideological brush.
They even refuse to acknowledge civil rights icons like Martin Luther King Jr.
Wait, this is DEI.
Thurgood Marshall or Rosa Parks.
It's already happening in California, Minnesota, and Massachusetts,
with other states soon to follow.
What do we support?
We promote curricula that avoids placing any group of people above another.
We don't teach about white supremacy or CRT. We're a woke school that teaches you that black people need to pull themselves up by the bootstraps. If you're not making it, don't blame society unless you're a powerful rich white guy.
We want teachers that value the humanity in everyone.
We must teach children that multiple perspectives hold validity, value, and merit.
Right.
And the challenge is navigating this perspective with respect, curiosity, and rigor.
You believe that children should be challenged to think deeply and learn to explore our past. Only then
can we work towards a bright future as a nation. I'm Dr. Brandy Shpikatinsky.
I'm Dr.
I'm Nadia Flamenco. Dr. Tavia Lee.
We watch.
I'm Eric Smith.
And an empowered education means that students deserve education, not propaganda.
Institute for Liberal Values. Missing from the list of 154, John Lewis, Thurgood Marshall. Let's see. Presently, the default option. Ethnic studies is an interdisciplinary field that aims to increase student knowledge and awareness of ethnically minoritized histories, culture, struggles. Ethnic studies programs are advancing the K through 12 and higher education system throughout America. In many instances, local rules and state laws have been instituted to make completing an ethnic studies class a requirement for public school graduation and or for matriculation. This means that all students, irrespective of their academic interests or goals, may soon be required to engage in this diversity study. That's going to make you more racist. The liberal critical, this is crazy. Focusing on centering American pluralism and the contributions of diverse minoritized people to e pluribus unum. Focuses on decentering whiteness, raising critical consciousness, the liberation struggle of BIPOC people, and intersectionality. Is this DEI or CRT or what are we looking at? DEI causes racism.
But critical social justice really does look at putting people in identity boxes based on their race and gender.
Right. Right. Anti-CRT. Got it.
It sees people as victims or oppressors.
Right. So you're saying all of these people are anti-Semitic because of DEI. But it's the other people that put people in boxes. It's expressing diversity to expand the multiculturalness is putting people into boxes and separating them. Not having equality and diversity is the only way we can keep people from being put into boxes and separated.
It sees us.
If we don't go back to segregation, our culture will be segregated.
As in a perpetual, struggle for power and privilege, and it focuses on oppression instead of, human agency and free will and all of those things that you would associate with classical social justice, like equality of opportunity. Instead, we see this
Who gets hurt by what you're saying?
Focus on equality of outcomes in the critical social justice ideology. And in this rootedness, something I discovered as I worked at De Anza College with deeply entrenched anti-Semitism is that,
on the left only.
There's this view of Jewish people as white oppressors, which is historically.
No, that's Israel. That's Israel. And like your own network claims that Jews control the world.
Inaccurate, and which is something that their twisted narrative needs to have in order to.
Right, the left, their twisted narrative is screwing the country. This is the dehumanize portion.
News doctors in Massachusetts have successfully. The patient is recovering. That loneliness is worse on your health. Life is actual these rumors, but a trio of child bank robbers. Here they are arriving. To comply with a new state law, California police are posting photos helpful. I'll get a call for sex, then short-haired women. One's not in it because he wasn't comfortable with workout to fertility man. Minister of Goodwill, Donald Trump's, and you probably assume you're getting. And like he said, this building robots, white people. Back in the old days, we used to worry about AI building robots that look like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Now the only thing terminated is white people. Google.
White people are the victims. Racism is over. We have to stop worrying about DEI. Also, white people are the victims of the non-racist America.
Execs claim it was an error. Yeah, and I fell on that candlestick.
Oh, sorry. I didn't read any of that. Tucker didn't mention the actual pilot was a white dude. NTSB noted that both pilots had difficulties in their training. So it's actually the diversity.
But now,
what?
Terminated is white people. Google execs claim it was an error. Yeah, and I fell on that candlestick.
What?
But now an ex-Google exec and some former engineers say it wasn't a mistake, that the company prioritized DEI over good business practices.
What?
Sean McGuire.
No. The Daily Mail is the source for Fox News.
A former partner at Google Ventures says, quote, Google Gemini's failures revealed how broken Google's culture is. It was a symptom of a larger cultural phenomenon that has been taking over the company for years. In other words, DEI blinded them to reality.
Yeah. Look, black people are the real Nazis, guys. If you didn't know, black people were the real Nazis.
So much so, they think pictures of black Nazis are a sign of progress. What's next?
What are you talking about?
Googling for pictures of 9/11 terrorists and getting this?
What?
Got to be a certain age to recognize
Yeah, no,
that.
it's the movie Airplane, but
equity demands everyone must be included in all things, including pushing genocide. And according to one ex-employee, DEI is so integrated into Google, engineers must outline the DEI impact for even the minorest software fixes. Think about that. Imagine being a plumber who every time he has to unclog a toilet has to write an essay on how this encourages representation of people of different genders, races, sexual orientations, and disabilities. Talk about a load of and it's an opportunity cost. Once DEI gets priority, the company's business turns into managing the DEI.
right. Diversity destroys the economy. Got it.
about covering politics these days is that just when you think that you have seen rock bottom, somebody down there grabs a shovel and starts digging. Like yesterday, when Colorado's most powerful gun rights group taunted a state legislator whose son was murdered in the Aurora Theater shooting. This is not about gun rights. You can advocate for gun rights without being ghoulish. This is about human decency and why the group Rocky Mountain Gun Owners does not
Dehumanization doesn't allot for decency.
have any.
Because you're dehumanizing so that you can kill people.
This is Tom Sullivan on July 20th, 2012, as he learned that his son Alex...
I mean, let's not forget Marjorie Taylor Greene running after the shooting survivor.
...was killed in the movie theater.
David Hogg.
On to celebrate his 27th birthday. Now State Senator Tom Sullivan. He left his Postal Service job to run for office and push for stronger gun laws. This is not about whether you agree with Tom Sullivan on guns. This is about whether you think that he deserves to be taunted about his son's murder. Rocky Mountain Gun Owners think so because when his wife, Alex's mother, Terry, dared to testify for a gun bill, Rocky Mountain Gun Owners posted, "I think Tom Sullivan is going postal." Going postal, as in flying off in a homicidal rage, a reference to the workplace shootings at post offices like the ones where Tom Sullivan once worked. Taunting the father of a mass shooting victim by suggesting that he might become a mass shooter himself. Rocky Mountain Gun Owners thinks there's an audience for that kind of ghoulishness.
And there is. Just like there was an audience for making exterminating the Jew jokes, of eliminating trans people jokes.
It'll help them gain a following, raise money. What a low opinion they must have of gun owners to think that they want to associate themselves with that kind of cruelty. We in the media often mention Rocky Mountain Gun Owners because of their powerful influence on Colorado politics. Seems we should mention, seems the public should hear that this is an organization that also mocks the parents of murdered children.
The University of Florida just eliminated all diversity, equity, and...
Notice how often Fox News and Republicans, every hour, on the hour, diversity, equity, inclusion, bad. Immigration, bad. Diversity, bad. Immigration, bad. Diversity, bad. Immigration, bad. Gay people, bad. Democrats, bad. Women, bad.
inclusion positions. What made them do that, Ashley?
A law.
A new state law.
Yeah. The party of small government who wants to destroy the administrative state is mandating you cannot have any DEI programs. You're not allowed. It is illegal in Florida law. So the anti-censorship, free speech people are banning what speech they don't like because it's projection and confession.
University of Florida has also, by the way, closed the office of the chief diversity officer and also stopped DEI-focused contracts with outdoor
Right, not because they're not helping, but because they're illegal.
vendors. Now, the Florida law defines DEI.
They believe in capitalism, but also we don't want to let the schools make choices that we don't agree with.
As any program, campus activity, or policy that...
Let's not forget this is the Don't Say Gay Florida, try to criminalize abortion Florida, try to criminalize being trans, criminalize wearing drag, criminalize having a drag show. This is the free speech that they want. This is the freedom. This is the non-nanny state.
Classifies individuals on the basis of race, color, sex, national origin, gender identity, or sexual orientation, and promotes differential or
DEI isn't saying we have to go hire unqualified minorities. DEI says we should look beyond all the normal avenues and only hiring the same white people that we've always hired. We should see if we can find talent in other areas, because understanding and having a diverse workforce makes us a better company. So if we can find quality people of diverse backgrounds instead of just quality people of a certain background, not only can we find better talent, but we can get better opinions. But this is rooted in dehumanizing minorities. DEI and woke are code for gay, black, environmentally conscious. It's the word Smurf for racists.
Preferential treatment of individuals on the basis of such classification. The $5 million, by the way, in funds previously allocated for the university's DEI initiatives.
Word used to describe Boeing's aircraft door and the corporate incentive plan.
So it's not deregulation done by Republicans, right? First, you have disinformation. Then you have deregulation. Then you have dehumanization based on the problems caused by the deregulation.
Unhinged, a word used to describe Boeing's aircraft door and the corporate incentive plans.
SEC filings reveal Boeing's annual incentive plan changed from rewarding quality and safety to rewarding people hitting DEI and climate.
They didn't take away quality and safety. They added diversity, which means you've gone down in quality. So they didn't say quality, but by saying DEI reduces quality, what are you saying? Black people, women, gay people, immigrants are less capable than white people. So staying focused on safety and then trying to diversify your workforce means you're giving up safety.
Climate targets.
Elon Musk dishes out a warning, posting, quote, "Do you want to fly in an airplane where they prioritize DEI hiring over..."
Yes, exactly, Missy, exactly.
"For your safety?"
Joining us now, Freedom Works chief economist and committee to...
Wait, here you go. It didn't say they prioritized, but look who said it. Elon Musk. So the owner of Twitter, the guy that bought Twitter for the sheer purpose of spreading right-wing fascism, what is he doing? He's directly in line with the Republican government, the Republican media, the Republican pastors, the Republican think tanks. He's directly in line. And what is the problem with airplanes? Why does a door come off? It's not deregulation.
Hiring over your safety?
Joining us now, Freedom Works chief economist and committee to unleash...
None of what they ever say is true. That's my point. This is Nazi-level propaganda. The entire broadcast is fake. Everything the politicians say is fake. It's not real. This is a cult.
Prosperity co-founder, the great Steve.
This is the new Nazi party. If you don't want to believe me, it's fine. If you want to, everybody just calls everybody a Nazi. Then explain to me what part of fascism they don't line up with, and explain to me what is different between the 1936 Nazis and the modern day Republic. Well, the Republican Party from 2 years ago. They're way down the road now. When the market has a problem, it's because of diversity. When a movie doesn't do well, it's because of woke diversity. Literally everything wrong with society that's wrong with your life is because of the Jews. I mean, because of diversity.
More, Steve, good to see you. And it seems like, obviously, this is a dangerous business when you are focused on DEI and maybe less focused on engineering and safety, which you should be when you build airplanes which people can die in.
Yeah, you better believe it. And, you know, does anybody want to get in an airplane and think, hey, I wonder if this pilot was chosen because he's got the best skills?
Okay, so DEI means you don't have the best skills. This is like the third or fourth Fox News segment explaining that DEI kills people. DEI causes anti-Semitism. From the left, not from the right, only the left. DEI is ruining education. DEI, what was I can't remember the other ones.
Or because of this, you know, person's sexual orientation or race or, you know, gender or whatever it is, all these other factors.
Right, we don't know what happened. But a door blew off. And let's just hope that means the pilot was qualified to fly the plane. Because it was a woman. Now, the woman landed the plane with the door malfunction in an emergency. But let's ignore that because she's not qualified because she pressed the Doro ejecto button through the lack of deregulation. Now, this guy was part of the goddamn deregulation.
That don't have anything to do with performance.
Right.
We just need to move towards a situation where people.
Right. If we deregulate and let Boeing cut corners, everything will get safer as long as it's white people cutting the corners.
Are hired and also promoted on the basis of their merit. I mean, that's all American, right?
Right.
Anybody can succeed.
Diversity means not on your merit.
Anybody can rise. And, you know, it's to some extent.
How can that be true other than white supremacy? If diversity means less merit for your program, that only can mean less diversity, more white people are more meritful.
All this focus.
I mean, it's a 737 MAX, which isn't even where the door flew off of, I don't think. But literally, Boeing's computer system and cutting corners is why these were grounded. And you're literally lying so that you can blame women and black people. Why? So you can dehumanize them.
On DEI, I think, has created a great backlash. The big story of 2023 in corporate America was what happened with Bud Light. I think Americans are sick.
What happened with Bud Light? One trans person had an Instagram post, and your fascist neo-Nazi conglomerate attacked Bud Light for having paid a trans person for something. So you're proving all you want to do is we want to hurt anybody that supports the LGBTQ plus community because we want to exterminate them. And if you even so much as give $1 to a single trans person, we're coming for your entire company. We care so much about jobs that if you partner with a trans person for an Instagram campaign or an ad, we're going to put you out of business. Because we want to deregulate and we care about jobs. And so to prove it's about merit, your advertising campaign with a trans person means we have to go after you. Because of merit. Because, you know, a trans person will destroy lives with beer.
Of it, they want to get back to the old-fashioned idea that we judge people by who they are.
Yeah, we judge people by who they are, which is why we're judging Mulvaney by who they are. Like, we don't like Mulvaney because of their character, not because they're trans. We just think they're bad for society because of the harm they bring. You know, the violence. We just want things to go back the way they were when Bud Light only went to like strong masculine white men or hot sexual white women. Because anything other than that is a reduction of the merit of Bud Light. You see where we are?
Airlines is out with a plan pushing diversity for new pilots. The company wants to train 5,000 of them over the next decade and is promising at least half will be women.
So 7 years ago, they complain about diversity. Then when a plane crashes after deregulation, we told you it was diversity. See, this is the plan. Disinformation, deregulate, dehumanize. Why? So you can destroy.
You said today, as you
Remember the Nazi tried to root out the communists?
often say, that you live in Singapore. Of what nation are you a citizen?
Singapore.
Are you a citizen of any other nation?
No, Senator.
Have you ever applied for Chinese citizenship?
Senator, I served my nation in
asking-
Singapore. No, I did not.
Do you have a Singaporean passport?
Yes, and I served my military for two and a half years in
Do
Singapore.
you have any other passports from any other nations?
No, Senator.
Your wife is an American citizen. Your children are American citizens.
That's correct.
Have you ever applied for American citizenship?
No, not yet.
Okay. Have you ever been a member of the Chinese Communist Party?
Senator, I'm Singaporean. No.
Have you ever been associated or affiliated with the Chinese Communist Party?
No, Senator. Again, I'm
Okay.
Singaporean.
Let me ask you some hopefully simple questions.
Where is the Yun? If you're hiding the Yun.
This week, I played a video for you of Charlie Kirk, right-wing guy. I don't even know what to call him. He has an on-campus organization. Charlie Kirk saying when he gets on a plane and he sees the pilot is black, he gets worried. This is where the Republican Party is right now. Well, then they went to Candace Owens in order to run interference. Candace Owens, who is black, defends Charlie Kirk's statements by saying, hey, listen, when I get on a plane and I see the pilot's a woman, I get worried.
But unfortunately, that is the reality of what happens when it comes to DEI. And what he is remarking on is true. I would be terrified if I got onto a plane and I saw a woman flying the plane. And I know that we have the United CEO saying that he just wants to fulfill a quota. He just wants there to be more women and wants there to be more black people. And he's not concerned.
There's a difference between saying we'd like to hire more women and we want to reduce our quality. We have a quota. He didn't say we have a quota. Like, it doesn't, do you understand? It doesn't, but both sides. Okay, show me the media that is in nightly communication with Donald Trump. Show me the media that the Attorney General is meeting with about arrests. Show me. Show me.
First with qualifications. That is something that should alarm all of us, guys.
One of the things that, by the way, I wonder what the pilot would think if she saw Candace's perspective. And just as a reminder, this is what started it all. Candace's comment I just played for you was in service of defending this comment last week from Charlie Kirk.
And that's why I think this United story in the DEI
Isn't it like to the east?
Story hits so hard because we've all been in the back
To the east of Taiwan, but I could be wrong.
of a plane when the turbulence hits or when you're flying through a storm and you're like, I'm so glad I saw the guy with the right stuff and the square jaw.
I'm so glad I saw the white guy because he's more qualified. The white male is more qualified automatically. If I saw a woman or a black person, I would be so afraid. But when I see a white guy, I feel confident because the white guy is more qualified. He's not DEI.
Get into the cockpit before we took off.
Right.
And I feel better now.
No, I mean,
about
like,
that.
you want to go thought crime? Like, I'm sorry. If I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified.
Well, that's the you wouldn't have done that. You wouldn't have. You wouldn't have done that before.
That's not an immediate.
No, you wouldn't
That's
have done
not
that
who I
before.
am. That's
No.
not what I believe. It is the.
I'm not racist. I'm not racist. I don't believe it. I just.
Shut the fuck up. You don't say a fucking word. You know what you do? You shut the fuck up. I've got some news for you.
It kind of seems like it is what he believes. Anyway, I had a
Our U.S. officials missed this drone coming in.
Okay, so this says 3 U.S. troops killed in drone attack. I wonder what happened.
Our U.S. officials missed this drone coming in, which killed our 3 heroes. Well, maybe they're focused too much on DEI. There's a concern at the FBI because they're dropping the FBI special agent requirements in the name of DEI.
They're not dropping the requirements in the name of DEI.
I'm just wondering if that has any...
Because DEI means you have to drop the qualifications. Because why? Because when I see a black pilot, I wonder if they're qualified. But when I see a white pilot, I feel confident that they are qualified.
Anything to do with missing an important drone that just killed 3 of our heroes, Congressman.
To answer your question, Maria Bartiromo, no, DEI was not the primary reason why 3 U.S. service members were killed in a drone strike in Jordan. There was a mistake in regard to identifying drones, which we'll get to in just a moment. She could have maybe done her due diligence to...
No, she did her diligence.
March Madness is living up to its name in ways you'd never expect. Earlier this week, Michigan State Republican lawmaker Matt Maddock posted on X, formerly known as Twitter, photos from Detroit's airport with the caption.
Now let's think about this. Photos from the airport, right? Let's just put this together. How we are dehumanizing Americans as an entire party. And how do we decide who the baddies are? Well, when a Fox contributor says, I'm walking through the airport and I saw so many illegals, how do you know they're illegal? I can tell.
Matt Maddock posted on X, formerly known as Twitter, photos.
Michigan GOP state lawmaker.
From Detroit's airport with the caption, quote, 3 buses just loaded up with illegal invaders at Detroit.
A Republican lawmaker just said 3 buses of illegals. Now, did he go check their papers? Let me see your papers.
Nazi.
Wie bitte? Haben Sie mich gerade als Nazi beschimpft?
Na, Sie sind doch einer.
Das ist ja eine Unverschämtheit. Nur weil ich in der NSDAP und in der SS bin, bin ich noch lange kein Nazi. Wahrscheinlich bin ich auch noch rechtsextrem, oder was?
Ja, aber was sollen Sie denn sonst sein?
Ich bin vielleicht ein besorgter Bürger, der Angst vor Überfremdung hat. Aber ich bin nicht rechts. Und ich bin erst recht kein Nazi. Hey, Sie da? Sehe ich etwa wie ein Nazi aus?
Nö, würde ich jetzt nicht sagen.
Na, sehen Sie? Aber der ist wahrscheinlich für Sie auch ein Nazi, hm? Nazis, 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 lauter Nazis. Wenn einem die Argumente ausgehen, dann holt man schnell mal die gute alte Nazikeule raus.
Es hat doch nichts mit Nazikeule zu tun.
Sie machen sich das Leben sehr einfach. Nur weil jemand die Mainstream-Meinung nicht teilt, ist er gleich ein Nazi.
Aber Nazi sein ist doch längst Mainstream. Ihr Nationalsozialisten seid an der Macht.
Ach ja, ich vergaß. In Ihrer Welt sind ja alle Nazis. Der Führer ist wahrscheinlich für Sie auch ein Nazi, was?
Ja?
Jetzt reicht's aber. Führerbeleidigung. Mitkommen.
Das sind jetzt über...
Ja, ja.
Detroit Metro. Anyone have any idea where they're headed with their police escort? Twitter, photos from Detroit's airport with the caption, quote, 3 buses just loaded up with illegal invaders at Detroit Metro. Anyone have any idea where they're headed with their police escort? The key phrase highlighted there, illegal invaders. Maddock got a ton of responses, and he's fired back with replies which have gone viral. But the answer to his question has nothing to do with the so-called illegal invaders. Far from it. CNN's Daniel Dale joins us, keeping him honest with a fact check and the March Madness tie-in. So what is going on here, Daniel?
What's going on, Anderson, is that this claim about illegal invaders is completely made up. It is absolute fiction. And the airplane and 3 buses seen in Mr. Maddox's tweet there were actually used by NCAA men's college basketball.
So he saw black people and called them illegal. Because black people are less human and are obviously violent terroristic threats, which is what all migrants are. Say her name.
Teams that were landing at Detroit's airport to play in, as you said, March Madness. So let me walk you through how...
I'll say her name when you say the name of every child killed in a school shooting by a white boy this year alone. Just this year. How about just in the last 3 months? You name every child killed by a white boy in a school shooting or a mass shooting, and I'll say her name.
Social media users, including me, solve this extremely easy to solve non-mystery. If you go back to that tweet by Mr. Maddock, you'll see that the plane pictured there is an Allegiant airplane. And if you go to online flight tracking sites, you'll see there was only one Allegiant Air flight that landed at Detroit's airport yesterday.
This guy's a fucking Republican politician elected by racists who support his racism and hatred and bigotry.
Charter flight from Spokane,
in the name of God, by the way.
Washington. So why would there be a charter flight from Spokane, Washington? Well, people on social media figured out the Gonzaga University Bulldogs, who are playing Purdue tomorrow night in Detroit, are located in Spokane, Washington. And then if you go to Gonzaga's men's basketball Twitter page or X page, you'll see a photo they posted themselves of them boarding their flight on that Allegiant plane to Detroit. So I contacted a spokesperson for the Gonzaga team. They're like, yeah, we took an Allegiant plane. We landed in Detroit. Yes, there were buses waiting. Yes, we got a police escort. I contacted the local, the county airports authority that runs this Detroit airport. They said, yeah, these buses were for NCAA basketball teams and they're traveling parties. So in summary, Anderson, nothing happened here. Like, sports teams arrived at the city where they were going to play their sport, the end, but somehow a lawmaker turned this into...
Yeah, a Republican lawmaker called a black basketball team illegal immigrants.
All indications from what we know so far are that this was not a terrorist attack or an attack of any kind. President Joe Biden has pledged that the federal government will provide the funds to rebuild it. And yet we are seeing conspiracy theory after conspiracy theory about the collapse of this bridge from many of the usual suspects. And as is often the case, we are led to ask the question, what's in it for them in trying to convince others that this was a terrorist attack? And the answer is quite simply, it feeds the pre-existing agenda that they've already determined is what they're going to talk about in the absence of being able to bring forward any coherent, substantive, or beneficial package of ideas for helping the average person. Let's start with some examples of this. It's important to remember that much of what you are going to hear there is no evidence of whatsoever. We will talk about facts related to the collapse, including, for example, that the U.S. Coast Guard has suspended its search for 6 individuals who were lost. We will talk about that later.
Now, keep in mind, when kids get killed, we can't talk about solving the problem. We have to mourn. But when people die on a bridge accident...
or on the bonus show if we don't get to it. But understand that what I'm about to play for you, there's no evidence for any of this stuff, but these things are getting millions and tens of millions of clicks and views.
Wait. Hey, what's up, Sitting Cal? Gonzaga. It's in Eastern Washington. I never knew where it was, but every fucking year when I would fill out a bracket, Gonzaga would fuck me over. If I trusted them, they lost. If I didn't pick them, they won.
It started very quickly with Maria Bartiromo on Fox News attempting to connect the collapse of the bridge in Baltimore.
Also, thanks for being here and like, sub, share.
These so-called wide open.
We got like 20 likes. We got more likes than people watching. That's awesome.
Border in an attempt to somehow blame Joe Biden.
There is. Let me also get your take on what's going on in terms of world affairs. The White House has issued
it was Bartiromo that said soldiers were injured because of DEI.
Statement on this saying that there's no indication of a nefarious intent in the collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge. The ship involved in the collapse of the bridge is not...
You're close to campus. I dream of taking a road trip from Sacramento up to BC.
948 feet long, called the...
You're in Eastern Washington, though, you said.
Dolly, a Singapore...
by the no man's murder land. What up, Tail Gunner?
Flagged container. But of course, you've been talking a lot about the potential for wrongdoing or potential for foul play given the wide open border.
Right. We don't have any evidence, but because of the wide open border, can we dehumanize migrants? Fellow white guy that looks like he's a character in Poltergeist. If you don't know who I'm talking about. Come on, come on. Oh, there it is right there. Look, here's Rick Scott. It's Rick Scott.
You know, I got to tell you, we've had enough of door-to-door salesmen, if you don't mind.
I'm glad you have
This is how Rick Scott did. This is what he did with their unemployment program. He destroyed it. This is their goal.
Opportunity to talk with your family out of the way, because I believe you have a problem here.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I believe there's an Indian living here with you.
Taylor.
So that's what he calls himself now. You are in danger.
What do you mean?
I'm with an organization whose
The Republican Party.
concern is families like your own,
Yes, we believe in traditional family values.
families in crisis that are preyed upon by charlatans,
There,
and fake
okay, right.
magic, and false solutions. Now, I don't expect you to believe me now, but let me come in and talk to you about it.
Yeah, just let me in the house. I care about the working man.
This is crazy. This is nuts.
Please, open your heart and your mind.
Come on, you got to accept Jesus Christ. I mean, you're free to believe what you want, but if you don't take Jesus Christ.
We're living in a world that hates men, especially white men.
To what I'm saying, he is dangerous. Strong with their pride, don't they? Anymore. Is that you're not family. How do you know? What you? Let's talk. All of you are gonna die!
That's Rick Scott trying to run the government.
That is why you have been so adamant. Why has the Republicans had such a hard time securing this border? The president says he's not going to take his executive action. You know that.
Well, we all have to stand together. We all have to say that it takes 60 votes to pass anything in the Senate.
Yeah, so why can't we get the border that you just rejected, the border bill? Why can't Joe Biden get it under control?
There you go. We got to stand together. No actual evidence. Understand it.
Yeah,
Zero actual evidence.
It's pretty good.
Linking the bridge deal with, and by the way, but also to make our wouldn't happen if things. Where's Matt Schlapp, employees and COVID lockdowns
Matt
maybe to
Schlapp
blame?
just paid out like $400 grand for fucking slapping some guy on the ass.
For the bridge collapse.
But what kind of questions do you want to see answered, Matt?
Well, you know, as I said, you look at our critical infrastructure, and I'm one of these people that believes we've never fully come out of all the lockdowns and the and the COVID issues. And
This is still because of COVID lockdowns that basically didn't exist.
look at, whether you look at our air traffic controllers, where we have critical mission problems with filling slots. You know,
everybody's out of jobs. DEI, we can't fill jobs because, you know, all the workers are drug addicts.
Expert on what's going on the seas, but all I would say is that if you talk to employers in America, they'll tell you that filling slots with employees who aren't
shitty ass working class that we don't give a fuck about.
Drug-addled is a very huge problem. So
I mean, you can't find a good worker these days for $5 an hour.
I'm making no specific charges here because we don't know.
Right.
But you know, anybody.
I don't know what happened, but let me blame DEI and say DEI is pretty much the reason why immigrants and black people and women, they're the reason every bad thing happens. Even though I don't have any proof, let me just say it.
Anybody who flies in America can see that you're constantly.
I mean, it's not one topic. It's not one channel. It's not one person. It's not one segment. It's everyone. From the politicians claiming black people are illegal immigrants in Detroit, and that Joe Biden's flying them there to take your job.
Waiting on a tarmac.
These are Nazis. Replace Jew with illegal. I just saw a bus of Jews. Can you believe that shit? If it wasn't for I'm not saying it was the Jews that crashed the boat because I don't have any proof, but like we do know the Jews have a lot of control.
Somewhere for some crew to show up. There's more.
I mean, I talk to business owners all the time and they're like, I can't even hire non-Jews.
More maintenance problems than we've ever had, which I think are euphemisms for the problems.
By the way, everything he's listed so far are problems at corporations. But I think the key line here was, I'm no actual expert in this. And of course, the idea that it's always.
Which one's the Skyway? Which one? What was the Oakland Bridge? Was it which bridge came down during the fucking earthquake? I said that was in the 90s the other day. I realized that probably was long before that. I was probably like 12 years old when Gibson hit that home run. Maybe even a little younger, like 11. So if I was 11, that'd have been, what, 86? What World Series was interrupted by the earthquake?
It's too soon to talk about politics when it comes to gun safety. It doesn't matter if the last, I mean, in the United States, it's never been too long, actually, since the last mass shooting, because we want to do infrastructure spending. One side that's doing it, they still somehow find a way to immediately.
I feel like it was 84, not 86.
Before the Coast Guard search was even over for potential survivors. And he's injecting politics into it by blaming COVID lockdowns or wokeness. We'll hear DEI blamed in a moment. Here's Fox News' Jesse Waters, and he says to his viewers, don't fall for the official story on the bridge.
Yeah, so don't believe anything you hear.
Okay, well, the bridge has never had train tracks, so I don't know what he's talking about, but there will be more where that came from in the next week. Made up stories, misdirection, and blame games, but don't fall for it. We have to get to the bottom of this.
And by get to the bottom, I'm pretty sure the answer of this is on the back of Obama's birth certificate.
A cargo ship hasn't taken out a bridge in decades.
Right, no, but a oil tanker took out a bridge in Pennsylvania just about a year ago. You know, the oil companies that are deregulated took out a bridge. What happened? What happened? What happened? The Rick Scott, you were going to die?
And a ship, as far as we can tell, has never sustained a power failure before a bridge knockdown. We need answers. Someone has to pay.
This is always the, if it hasn't happened before or recently to this particular ship, then it must be made up. No, I don't believe anything I'm being told about COVID because it's been like 100 years since something like this happened. Well, yeah.
Actually, it's the Chinese made a bioweapon that Trump supported them fighting. And then Trump let the not so, it's like a flu come onto our shores. The Chinese bioweapon that was made to kill us by Dr. Fauci was actually like a flu, except in the migrants were coming in and spreading it and they were killing everybody, except it wasn't really dangerous. And we shouldn't have any protocols. And we should take a horse dewormer because Joe Rogan knows more than Fauci, who developed the bioweapon that isn't that big a deal. Except the real big deal is the vaccine the Democrats are using to kill us even though Trump was directly responsible for getting the vaccine done, it was fine until the Democrats and Soros put the 5G into the vaccine. Because I read on VAERS about...
Yeah, it's called a
nothing in their world is real. Nothing. Zero.
100-year pandemic for a reason. It happens roughly every 100 years. No. It doesn't sound like anything I've lived through, so it can't possibly be real. But they put forward no evidence whatsoever, only circumstantial.
It's like this, actually. I didn't even think about this. Watch this. Oh, wait, it's old.
It's not the gun, it's the people behind the gun.
29 people killed in El Paso, Texas, and Dayton, Ohio.
Folks always want to make it about guns quite quickly.
That's like blaming a fork for making me fat, right?
It's not easy enough just to blame the weapon, blame the instrument. Right. In this case, humans are pulling the trigger, and how do you address that?
There is a type, is there not?
He was deranged, he was evil.
These monsters that did this based upon evil.
Deranged and evil.
This is a problem in this country where people do evil things, right?
These individuals.
I'm afraid to get the vaccine. Honestly, in all honesty, I mock the conspiracies about it, but I personally am afraid to get the vaccine. I got the vaccine. I got the booster. Okay. 2 weeks after I got the booster. Okay. Let me I got the vaccine. A week and a half later, I broke my shoulder. I broke my labrum and tore my rotator cuff. No, I must have done that before. Okay. So right around the time I broke my body completely, which my dumbass, I did in the first period of the game. I played the whole rest of the game. And then I played next week with a broken, dislocated shoulder. Came out 3 times during the game. 1 time on the ice. I didn't even come off. But I got the vaccine. And I got shoulder surgery. And the surgery was like within 2 weeks of the booster. A few days after surgery, I developed a DVT, or a blood clot, from literally my neck to my forearm, right? All the way to here. It was one blood clot. Doctor said, I've never seen anything like it. Like, we talked about it in our weekly conference call. And after being on blood thinners and dealing with it, I was okay. And then about 2 years ago, is it 2 years already? Or is it only a year? Some time ago, a year or two ago, my foot started going numb. And like, I would walk and like my toes would go numb and then it would hurt. And I just kind of like noticed if I rested, it would go away. Well, I go to my game and it hurts before I get in the locker room. I shit you not, that game hurt way worse than breaking my shoulder. I wanted to quit after every single shift, but because we were short, if I quit, like there was no subs basically. So I'm playing extra time on the ice. Turns out I had clots and blockages in 3 main arteries in my ankle. My foot wasn't getting blood. So TLDR, they saved my foot. Is as far as we've gotten. That they saved my foot. Now, start of the year, it started hurting again. I got back on blood thinners, but fuck, it sucks. Okay, sorry.
Deranged, he was evil.
These monsters that did this based upon evil. Deranged and evil. This is a problem in this country where people do evil things, right?
These individuals are crazy.
It's many factors that go into these shootings, many factors.
We have to stop saying white supremacy, rhetoric, guns, because there's so many elements that go into this.
What about video games? So many of these school shooters and others have been sort of raised on a diet of violent video games.
So when it's a white shooter, then it's not the person or the weapon. But when a tanker hits a bridge, it's diversity and immigrants.
Video game industry that teaches young people to kill.
He probably logs 6 to 8 hours a day
playing
one of those, Fortnite or one of those video
Fortnite, yeah, like Mario Brothers and Pac-Man.
games where you're doing nothing.
He became a cannibal because of Pac-Man.
But dehumanizing people by blowing their heads off.
These video games to dehumanize individuals to
So dehumanizing is dangerous, right? Dehumanizing other people is dangerous. It leads to murder.
have a game of shooting individuals and others.
He wanted to
It's almost like that's their plan.
be a super soldier for his Call of Duty game.
Like Rittenhouse.
When you see it through a screen and you don't relate to it in person, it makes it seem like it's more accessible.
How long are we going to let, for example, and ignore at the federal level particularly, where they can do something about the video game industry?
Yes, we don't regulate guns because that's freedom. We regulate video games because those are freedoms we can take, like voting rights.
Well, selling a car is just like fishing, Wilbur. You bait the hook, you throw it out, and then you reel them in real slow. You ask them questions about their family, what they do. You act like you're interested. And once you get their trust, kapowie! You just sold a car!
Had guns in the United States for hundreds of years since our founding. What is going on in the culture?
But when you think about the breakdown of families, when you think about video games, when you think about our culture, when you think about
social media,
ripping God and purpose out of people's lives, social media.
We need to take charge of the kids at home at night. How long are they on the internet? What are they saying?
Is it this disconnect? Is it the breakdown of our family? Does it have something to do with entertainment choices?
What did the family know? What do we know about his background? Why was that not caught?
We no longer salute our flag or we throw water on law enforcement.
Shootings happen because we don't salute our flag.
Praise Satan.
Yeah. The mall and the Walmart where the shooting happened in Texas were gun-free zones where guns were banned.
Oh, this manifesto shooter happened because there weren't more guns there.
As long as we continue to only praise God and look at God on a Sunday morning and kick him out of the town square in our schools the other 6 days of the week, what do we expect?
The president is right that social media is stoking the flames of this, the anger in social media, the aggression in social media, the depersonalization, the dissociation. Your political enemy is not a person.
Right, you're dehumanizing them. That's your goal. That is your project.
Anything to destroy them.
It could be the video games. It could be just not maybe. I believe you grow up and parenting. Grow up. You go to church on Sundays.
Right. If you go to church, you'll never do anything wrong.
Questions and conspiracy theories. On Newsmax, Victor Davis Hanson blamed the Baltimore Bridge collapse on diversity hiring, code for brown people.
We don't know the exact relation but cause.
We don't know what actually happened. But let me again blame the Jews because that's what Nazis do.
In fact, but we do know this, that the world is much more interconnected. It's much more fragile than it ever has been.
Right, and if we let these Jews just run amok.
And it's much more sophisticated, and it demands...
Do you remember when those good Germans were doing all the work? Do you remember how much better everything was before the Jews took control?
Ever greater level of expertise, but just at the time that we're building bigger and bigger and more dangerous ships, or we're assembling longer and longer trains that derail, like we saw at East Palestine with more
They
and more.
need to be run by pure Aryan blood.
More toxic. We're not upping our game as far as increasing the level of expertise and especially, Eric, meritocracy.
Right, we're not doing expertise and meritocracy because
We're not hiring necessarily the best people.
Right.
We used to say we're going to hire the best people regardless of their color of their
Right,
skin.
but if I see a woman or a black pilot, I'm afraid because I know they didn't hire based on the quality of the applicant. You know, if somebody is going to fly the plane and they have blue hair, well, I know that's a diversity hire and I should be afraid because they're less qualified and they have less merit than when we used to hire based on, you know, we didn't care if everybody was white.
Their sexual orientation. Now we're saying, well, we may hire the best people, but more importantly, is their ideology.
Yes, we're more focused on can we hire black people because as a deregulated corporation like Boeing, we will forgo profits for a social engineered diverse workforce because if we don't, we'll make less profit. Got it? If we don't diversify, we'll make less profit because of the woke left DEI. And so we're going to forgo profitability for DEI because it's going to make us more profit.
Or their ethnicity, or their gender, or their sexual orientation.
Right.
And unfortunately, it's the
By the way,
right.
ethnicity, that DEI diverse with what conspiracy theorists saying, listen, it makes sense that we'd be getting all of these conspiracy theories.
We can't trust the other people. So, of course, there's probably an alternative narrative that you need to trust us. If you're going to hear it, you need to hear it from me because the government and everybody else, the woke left, the FBI, the IRS, the fucking DOJ, the media, the courts, they're all coming for you. So you can't listen to them. Trust me.
But why is it that so many Americans following this collapse believe that the Biden team isn't telling us the whole truth? Axios today bemoaning the situation, writing that misinformation runs rampant.
That's not saying the Biden's not telling us the truth. Like, look what she just did. Why are so many people saying Biden isn't telling us the truth? Biden admins' lies are catching up to them. Why do the other people think Biden lies? On the Chiron, it says Biden lies. And Axios says misinformation spread by Fox is dangerous. And the misinformation is to dehumanize the left and Democrats.
After Baltimore Bridge collapse.
True.
Theories about whether hostile actors were involved, questions about
they were all on your air, all of them.
Economic terrorism, and even wilder speculation I won't go into.
And what choice do we have other than to blame the Jews? Because of Joe Biden. You can't trust Joe Biden when he says it's not the Jews.
Tonight, but these ideas don't spring out of nowhere.
No,
they
you
grow
have an entire
and
infrastructure of propagandists that do this DEI, this lie, all day, every day. Immigrants, terrorists, black people, bad, women, less qualified. Except all these things that I say are true is proof that white people are being discriminated against just for being white and Christian.
Fester in situations where either the facts are hard to square with reality or where those in charge themselves.
Like January 6th, for example, they want us to believe that those people convicted of seditious conspiracy weren't set up by Ray Epps, the Democrats, Joe Biden, and Ghostbusters.
Have proven to be not credible.
There you go. I mean, listen, what we're being told by people we can't trust doesn't square with reality. So it's natural that people would be skeptical and weaponized disinformation would be spread.
The people believe the election was stolen. That doesn't come out of nowhere. No, it comes out of your movie, your lies, your media, your fake court cases, your fake Senate hearings, House hearings, your fucking fake newscasts. Like, yeah, you're right. It doesn't come out of nowhere. You create it out of nowhere, like Seth Rich. And then you blame your having to lie on your voter that you convinced to lie.
Simply natural. A couple more. These are not videos. These are from Twitter. Andrew Taint and Alex Jones piling on, with Taint saying, quote, "This ship was cyber attacked. Lights go off and it deliberately steers towards the bridge supports." Remember, what we know is it lost power and kept steering.
Sex trafficker says what?
In the direction it was going. He goes on, "Foreign agents of the USA attack digital."
I love how Republicans will lionize a sex trafficker or neo-Nazis because they align with their values. You know, nothing says traditional family values like Andrew Tate, Tim Pool, and Donald Trump.
Infrastructures. Nothing is.
Steven Crowder, Lauren Boebert, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Family values.
Safe. Black Swan event imminent. And Alex Jones quoting Taint and adding, "Looks deliberate."
Kristi Noem, Papadopoulos.
To me, a cyber attack is
Lewandowski. That's funny. I got the wrong name wrong.
Probable. World War III has already started. So, of course, the truth is officials have said.
Okay. I think I proved my point on the dehumanizing. And that takes us to the destruction part. All of that so that they can do this.
Trump endorsed ranked most conservative state rep, Freedom Caucus, anti-communist, husband of Michigan's most wanted Republican. And it's most wanted for a specific reason. But what is the most conservative Michigan state rep doing with his time? Well, here he is on Twitter saying, happening right now. 3 buses just loaded up with illegal in.
Okay.
In Congress and what congressional Republicans have managed to do in the last 20.
So if they believe there is an issue with the border and that's a problem, here's proof that they want to exacerbate the problem.
24 hours, keeping them honest.
Not only that, if you go against the Nazis, your life is in danger. It's why so many Republicans retired. All the impeachment lawyers or whatever you call them, managers from the House, they were given special money for security because of the vast increase in death threats. Every judge in the criminal trials, except for Cannon, who's obviously helping, has seen a tremendous increase in death threats. All the prosecutors, all the attorneys, all the DAs, any Republican that voted to impeach. The FBI got attacked after they raided Trump. This is the violent, destructive part of their plan.
In that short time, they killed tough border legislation they once demanded, with the Senate putting the final nail in the coffin today. Also failed last night in what they tried to do instead, which is impeach the Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas.
Which they ended up doing. They impeached Mayorkas for publicity. Because propaganda and destruction is all they care about. Because that's how they get power. So that they can do propaganda. So that they can destroy.
On this vote is
not count on Democrat Al Green, who is recovering from surgery, turning up and voting, which prompted fellow Republican Congressman Thomas Massey of Kentucky to tweet today, getting rid of Speaker McCarthy has officially turned into an unmitigated disaster. And that, in turn...
But this is... Remember, the reason they had an issue with the Speaker is because 9 Republicans and all the Democrats created this chaos. Even when they run the House and they can't do anything, they dehumanize and attack others.
Drew this response from Speaker Johnson.
Well, it was a mess what happened here, but we're cleaning it up, and Massey's one of my dear friends and colleagues, and I don't think that this is a reflection on the leader, it's a reflection on the body itself and the place where we've come in this country.
That's the leader who calls what happened a mess, presided over the mess, but does not think that presiding over said mess is a reflection of his leadership, which is for his members to decide, certainly not us.
In fact, because God said to go do this, because he's Moses, he told us. God said, you're the new Moses. Get out there and demonize immigrants and take away civil rights and kill poor people by taking away any benefit they might have. And let's just round up migrants, frankly, while we're at it and kill them.
As for what he calls the place where we've come in this country, it's worth remembering just what that place looks like, even to some Republicans, especially to the conservative Republican.
96, 98% of the federally elected Republicans in the House and the Senate are white. Have you ever wondered about the outsized role of white Christians, white Christian males in the Republican government? People should look into that.
Who negotiated the tough border legislation his Senate colleagues killed today. Here's Senator James Lankford shortly before the vote. This is the place where we've come in the country.
This is the pen that I was handed at that desk when I was sworn in to the United States Senate. And I signed a book that was at that desk with this pen because I was becoming a United States Senator. Because the people at home sent me here to get stuff done.
Yes, because you told them you were going to do stuff that you knew you weren't going to do because you're a fucking liar.
And to solve problems. There's no reason for me to have this pen if we're just going to do press conferences. I can do press conferences from anywhere, but we can only make law from this room.
We can only destroy the country from that room also.
Except, of course, when they can't, which also put aid for Ukraine and Israel on ice because House Republicans demanded it be tied to a border following that we've come in this country.
I had a popular commentator 4 weeks ago that I talked to that told me flat out, before they knew any of the contents of the bill, nothing was out at that point, that told me flat out, if you try to move a bill that solves the border crisis during this presidential year, I will do whatever I can to destroy you. Because I do not want you to solve this during the presidential election.
Yeah, because they want to destroy things for power.
By the way, they have been faithful to their promise and have done everything they can to destroy me.
Well, that's where we are in the country today. A commentator telling a senator they will try to never left high and dry, all the Sentinel, who said they will. Now, Senator Lankford, who negotiated it through the multi Crenshaw. Thanks so much for being with us, Congressman. You heard the senator.
Settle down, Stuart Rhodes.
Are pushing a new plan to raise the retirement.
What do they want to do? How do they want to help the American folks? I mean, they don't want the money for their community, even though they recognize when it goes against their wishes that it's a good thing, which means they want to hurt their community. What do they want to do with old people and poor people and people that need help?
Age and for Social Security and cut Medicare spending.
Right.
Yesterday, the Republican Study Committee, a group made.
We want to help make the working class life easier by cutting all the benefits that are provided to you, the working class. That's what we want to do. We want to destroy them.
Halloween costume.
That's right. I went as Lev Parnas one year. Where I mean, he didn't go.
Iconic photo of that.
I want Johnny. He's going to one is first.
On October 9, 2019 to now, I have been trying to share the irrefutable truth with you. The American people have been lied to by Donald Trump, Rudy Giuliani, and various cohorts of individuals in government and media positions. They created falsehoods to serve their own interests, knowing it would undermine the strength of our nation. From November 2018 to October 2019, I was a key participant and a witness to numerous efforts to prove that Joe and Hunter Biden were linked to corruption in Ukraine. Rudy Giuliani, on behalf of then President Donald Trump, tasked me with a mission to travel the globe, finding dirt on the Bidens so that an array of networks could spread misinformation about them, thus securing the 2020 election for Donald J. Trump. Ironically, when I was arrested, my original indictment linked me to an individual referred to as unindicted co-conspirator 1. We now know this individual to be Congressman Pete Sessions, who sits...
Unindicted co-conspirator 1 is sitting on the Republican side of this hearing.
On this very committee today. Today, I ask you to consider the following. In nearly a year traveling the world and interviewing officials in different countries, I found precisely zero evidence of the Biden's corruption in Ukraine. No credible source has ever provided proof of criminal activity, not the FBI, CIA, nor the NSA. No respectable Ukrainian...
Yeah, but the Chinese spy that sold Iranian oil told the Republicans that it did happen, and the Russian asset confirmed that it did happen. So why should we believe you when we can believe Chinese and Russian spies?
Ukrainian official has ever said that the Bidens did anything illegal, including former President Poroshenko and former Prosecutor General Yuri Lutsenko. Even when CEO Burisma, Mykola Zlochevsky, was offered a deal by Rudy Giuliani in exchange for information on the Bidens, he provided none.
Oh, you were going to pay for information. Okay.
Because there is none.
Okay.
The only information ever pushed on the Bidens in Ukraine has come from one source, and one source only: Russia and Russian agents.
And the Republicans who are also in the same project to destroy America. That's why they fit so well together. That's why the neo-Nazis, the white supremacists, the Proud Boys, the Boogaloos, the Oath Keepers, the constitutional sheriffs, all the people that believe they are superior to the law, the fucking evangelicals that believe their belief in God makes them not pervious to American law. This is just the Republican Party who aligns with fascists, domestic terrorists, neo-Nazis. This is just who the party is. And it's not like Trumpism. I mean, this is the whole party.
The impeachment proceedings that bring us here now are predicated on false information spread by the Kremlin. Everyone involved knew they were sharing lies. From Trump and Giuliani's shadow diplomacy, through my missions to Ukraine and elsewhere, to members of a BLT team, a group convened for the sole purpose of investigating and damaging the Bidens.
There you go.
Wait, there's another
Parnas, someone reminds me that his company's name, and I don't know if it was with L right now, for lying.
Narratives that were
Parnas.
To start trying to push narratives that we had no, that were not validated. We had no way to validate them.
So this also happened with BJ Pak, where they tried to get BJ Pak down in Georgia, who was like the attorney general or whatever in Georgia in charge of elections. They tried to get him to violate his office or his whatever and announce an investigation into what they believe is voter fraud and corruption. And he's like, but that's not real. We don't care. Just do it and let us take care of the rest. This is their modus operandi. Disinformation, deregulate, dehumanize, and destroy.
Basically, a letter would come over from somebody in Ukraine. I'd hand it over to John Solomon. Next thing you knew, he was on Fox TV 2 hours later.
John Solomon happens to own the newspaper website Just the News. Just like Joe DeGeneva and Victoria Tenzing and Christina Bobb, Chanel Rion, Phil Waldron, John Eastman, Sidney Powell, Boris Epstein, all worked directly with Rudy Giuliani, which has been testified to under oath, that they all worked together to overthrow the election. On behalf of who? The American patriots or destroying America through they're going to steal the election. You can't trust the election. Mail-in voting, fake ballots, fraud. China, they're going to steal it. The disinformation. Then, in this case, instead of deregulation, they take away civil rights. Because this is where regulating helps them. Like banning abortion. It's the opposite of freedom, but it helps them. That's what they want to do. So they make up laws and court rulings to do it. So they set up the rules for control. Then they blame everything that goes wrong based on their obvious lack of giving a fuck about the community or the worker. When a plant blows up, it didn't blow up because of Republican policies of profiteering. It blew up because of black people and women aren't as qualified as whites.
With Sean Hannity. I'd come over from somebody in Ukraine. I'd hand it over to John Solomon. Next thing you knew, he was on Fox TV too.
Right. So the Russians gave me information. I gave my Russian Republican disinformation to John Solomon, Fox contributor. And then before I know it, the Russian disinformation is on Fox News. Because it's all part of the project.
2 hours later with Sean Hannity.
At what point did Mr. Giuliani begin working directly with Russian agents and Russian assets, individuals who would later become sanctioned by Donald Trump's own Treasury Department for spreading propaganda and disinformation against Joe Biden?
It was sometime in probably around May, June of 2019.
Were you aware, was Mr. Giuliani aware that these people were basically just doing the bidding of Vladimir Putin?
Absolutely.
So he had no hesitation about spreading lies that were concocted by Russian agents?
Yeah. As long as it fit the narrative, absolutely not.
How were you and Giuliani able to take these false allegations peddled by corrupt officials and Russian agents and promote and amplify them here in the United States, in our political system? Weren't media groups skeptical of your claims?
Most media groups, I'd probably say all except for Fox and a few other right-wing media groups, didn't want to take any of the information, and that aggravated Rudy Giuliani and John Solomon and other players.
The Fox Times. Ha, that's pretty funny. The Fox Times.
And the main group that was being pushed through was Fox, Sean Hannity, and some other media personnel over there. But then there was also other people that were doing the bidding for the Russian people in Congress, like Senator Ron Johnson.
Oh, look, another active Senator Ron Johnson working on behalf of the Russian government. No. He wasn't working on the coup. He just was supposed to give the coup to Pence. He was just a small part of the coup, who was also working as a Russian.
Congressman Pete Sessions that sits here right now, that was with me from the very beginning of this journey into finding digging dirt on Joe Biden.
Can we not have a cutaway?
Now, how is that not major news? You know why that's not major news? Because if CNN or ABC or NBC or MSNBC focused on that every hour, that would be too partisan. Because you're showing traitors being called out and you're not juxtaposing it to Joe Biden's age. Right, Meatbag?
To Pete Sessions when he says that?
Call me Vladdy.
I'm desperately looking to see if anybody had a cell phone camera in there.
I mean, it's sort of amazing based upon the amount of coverage of the absolute BS. And look, I got problems with Joe Biden, and I think Hunter Biden is a ne'er-do-well in every respect. But the amount of coverage that we've gotten about Joe Biden's non-scandals, like the idea that this isn't wall to wall, that I don't like, that I should be able to wear my Lev Parnas chain and medallion and have everybody go like, oh, wow, did you see that testimony?
Yeah.
Never mind on Halloween. Just be like, oh, is that a Lev Parnas medallion? Like, the media has gone back into the same mode that it existed back in 2016, which is
we can't call out the rape that Trump did. We can't call out Lauren Boebert and Marjorie Taylor Greene. And like, we can't talk about the arrests of Boebert's family. We can't talk about the potential indictment of Matt Gaetz. We can't focus on the details of the crimes that Trump committed without making sure we offset it by basically comparing a coup is basically equal to Joe Biden's age. So coups aren't that bad because, you know, Biden is old.
Really, in many respects, it's sort of like because it is a sort of a to the extent that we still have
We
it.
can't say the fact that they use DEI every time a corporate accident happens. We can't call that racist because that would be too political.
Any
too partisan.
Media, and a lot of it is the New York Times. There is a liberal
deficiency,
sociopathy that makes them feel they need to overrepresent lies and bullshit as a way of doing their job, as opposed to...
I mean, this is the hiring of Ronna McDaniel. We have to hire somebody that participated in the attempt to overthrow the American democracy to not seem partisan. You know, we can't be partisan towards democracy when one party and part of America wants fascism. We can't call out the Nazis for what they're doing to the Jews because that will seem like we're siding with the Jews. And we can't do that because then we'll be called partisan and we won't be doing our job by calling out genocide because one side's doing the genocide, the other side's being genocided. And if we say that, then it'll look like we actually are siding with the Jews. And we don't want to upset the Nazis.
You know, it is not as opposed without sort of like to compensate from what they think is their biases.
Or what they're told is their biases over and over and over.
For whatever mechanism it is that they feel like that they're going to reveal their biases in some way, they overcompensate. And I think some of these decisions are made at the on the publisher level at the New York Times.
Was it the Clinton cash? Is that
yes?
Yeah.
People forget this, that the New York Times partnered with Steve Bannon. With Steve Bannon, before anybody knew who Steve Bannon was, and by anybody I mean the Times had a vague notion of who he was. They partnered with him to run excerpts of a book that he basically produced, that was all about Clinton's emails. The New York Times did. I don't know, we don't have a mechanism to remind people enough about that. Because, everybody who reads the New York Times, not everybody, but 98% would be like, wait, what? The New York Times partnered with Steve Bannon?
Peter Schweitzer. We definitely heard more about people being upset that the New York Times published Tom Cotton talking about military rule and how censorious we were being by criticizing that than we'd heard about Peter Schweitzer.
Because it happened like far enough out in the run up to the election that people were not aware of what was going on. They weren't paying attention.
Now, I don't know if this is the one I want or not.
Fox's Emily Compagno and Kayleigh McEnany.
Marjorie Taylor Greene said, I have not talked to President Trump about this. Largely, President Trump and Speaker Mike Johnson.
Now, I want you to pay attention. These are the people, right, that say everybody else is playing politics, that all the media is trying to manipulate you. They won't tell the whole truth. The other media is a wing of the Democrats. The Democrats, the MSDNC is just a wing of the Democratic Party. Well, in the spirit of projection and confession, how did these bitches, these 5 bitches, how did they talk about the Republican Party? Obviously, they'll be objective, correct?
Have had a great relationship. Speaker Mike Johnson just put out a tweet congratulating him on securing the nomination. Largely, President Trump and Speaker Mike Johnson have had a great relationship. Speaker Mike Johnson just put out a tweet congratulating him on securing the nomination. Seems like a pretty big voice you'd want to get input from since he's the titular head of the party at the moment.
I feel we are seeing yet another.
Shouldn't all Democrats check with Joe Biden before they do something? Imagine saying that.
Tantrum by a tiny faction of that. I feel we are seeing yet another tantrum by a tiny faction of that conference that is disrupting the entire machine that we just.
Who? The entire machine that who? I mean, you're a news reporter. Right? You don't have a side. You're an impartial news reporter. It's the other people that are partisan hacks. You don't play politics on this network.
I feel we are seeing yet another tantrum by a tiny faction of that conference that is disrupting the entire machine that we just exhaustively waited for to get back on track.
We who? This thing that we built to get us back on track. Who's we? Who's us?
And here we are again, watching someone steal the time, steal the audio, steal the limelight, steal the attention.
Steal the attention and the limelight. So it's not about policy. It's PR.
She says we should have our attention on
for your party that you are a part of, that you are currently working on behalf of, which makes you officially state media. You are the Fox Times.
The illegals streaming across the border on a million other things. No.
What about DEI? We're not talking about DEI and illegals, which is what we should be doing as part of our party's agenda. But instead, we're talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene getting attention.
Our attention was on you while you gave a presser. I'm sick and tired of it. As a Republican, as an American citizen, I want them.
Oh, so you're a Republican. So this is part. You're not impartial. But I thought it was the mainstream media that was part of the other side. I thought you were the neutral ones that we could listen to. Oh, you're just a Republican spewing Russian and Republican talking points. Oh, that are lies. Oh.
To get to work. I love Speaker Johnson. Who would be better than him, MTG? What is your plan? And I don't want my legislature taking 2 days up to vote for that, to figure everything out, to look incompetent during a presidential election.
I don't want my party to look incompetent during an important election that we need to win. How are you not part of the Republican Party? This entire show, this entire network, The entire apparatus is designed to disinform, deregulate, dehumanize, and destroy. They use cult and radicalizing tactics to separate you from reality. They bombard you with repetitive fear, repetitive victimization, that you're being victimized, you the viewer, you the Republican viewer that hates migrants and dark people and diversity and gay people and everything not Christian and women voting and reproductive rights. You hate it all because you're a patriot. Let us bombard you every hour with hate and fear. And that the reason your life is in danger and things aren't working out are because the DEIs are coming for you. The CRTs are moving to your neighborhood. The violent terrorists aren't the ones convicted of being domestic terrorists or terrorists. It's actually the immigrants coming over the border. Those are the ones destroying the bridges and raping. And they're all from insane asylums. And so we can round up migrants in places where we don't want them. We can stop anybody that we believe looks like a migrant. You know, like the Gonzaga basketball team are illegal immigrants, according to a Michigan Republican, because he saw the Gonzaga NCAA basketball team getting on a bus, and he alerted us that it was proof the illegal immigrants were here.
Election year. This is the last thing I want to be subjected with. This is, it's frankly, at a minimum, it's disappointing.
There's a great irony here, Carly. As I'm listening to Marjorie Taylor Greene, I hear her say, there's a video that everyone is focused on. That video is of illegal immigrants rushing our border. It is a video about 6 minutes ago we were set to play. It is a video that you're not seeing right now because instead we are talking about
Nazi? I hear you're not seeing it.
Marjorie Taylor Greene. It raises
as a Christian woman, I want to be playing this video that makes it look like the least among us are terrorists and that the world needs to be run by pious fucking idolatry that I performatively do while demonizing the others and lying to my audience in the name of God.
The question, she didn't make this live, so nothing happens for 2 weeks. Is this a fundraising exercise so you can go back to your
Oh my God, imagine if a Republican started some bullshit for fundraising. I wonder how many calls have gone out by Trump in the last 48 hours.
For 2 weeks and fundraise off of it. What's the motive here? I get you're not in her head, but what's the motive?
Yeah, well, I think the motive in part could be, this reminds me a lot of this scrum of media around Marjorie Taylor Greene. It reminds me of a lot of what happened with Matt Gaetz.
Dude, anorexia abounds.
He did this to Kevin McCarthy.
Or that could be Ozempic mixed with cocaine.
You become the most...
I'm on Fox News, and I do cocaine.
Most powerful person in Washington during that period of time. So that could be part of her motive. Another part of the motive might also be because she doesn't like the spending bill, and that's what she'll say when she gets booked on conservative shows to talk about this.
She'll lie and do propaganda on conservative shows. Wow. Oh, wow. Wow.
Mike Johnson is not, what did she...
Wow, what, 787 million to Dominion?
You say an arm of the Democratic Party in terms of policy.
Wait, what?
Mike Johnson is not, what did she say, an arm of the Democratic Party.
Oh, everybody I don't like is an arm of the opposition. Oh, you're not a Nazi? You must be a Jew.
In terms of policy, he is a strong conservative. I think what's happening with him, I think anybody who becomes House Speaker, it's a very big challenge, especially when you're dealing with such a slim majority, and he wanted to avoid a government shutdown. And now look at what's happening.
I mean, I find this fascinating. They are like just unleashing on Marjorie Taylor Greene and Matt Gaetz. And what's also, I think, just stunning to me is that you've got all of these right-wing talkers on the same network, almost all in concert, doing this over the course of 24 hours, essentially, saying that Congress, the Republican caucus is broken. What bigger sort of invitation do you need? The idea is that the idea that they are out ahead of the Biden administration in publicizing this is just shocking to me.
Right, because I also
Ronna McDaniel.
So they're pissed off at the freedom of speech that is hurting their party, the Republicans, that they're working to help spread anti-immigrant fear after they helped kill a bill so that they can blame Joe Biden and convince their psychopath Nazis that immigrants are coming for them. But even though MSNBC has Nicole Wallace, who worked in the Bush White House, Republican, Joe Scarborough was a Republican politician, Michael Steele was the former head of the RNC, and they have Republicans on every hour. But because they got rid of Ronna McDaniel,
sued for thinking about
that is a message to Republicans. Brian, at its core, I hope that is a message to Republicans that no matter what you do, it will be never enough until you say that you're never Trump. That is the red line.
She helped lead a coup. She aided and abetted and helped fund and propagandize and support and lie about it all the way up till now. She's literally a traitor. Might as well be a Confederate.
For the people there, because Ronna McDaniel, as you saw in the interview, changed her position on some things.
Yeah, sadly, other newscasts don't have the right to decide who to hire and to fire.
Had to be a little bit more palatable for NBC, but it was
Meanwhile, tell me more about Bud Light.
Never enough. And
let's talk about Bud Light and Target.
She was asked to apologize to the country on air, but they never asked any of the Democrats that objected.
Well, the Democrats who tried to do a coup, this is an attack. Look, just because she attempted a coup, they didn't make any Democrats denounce their coups.
Jim McGovern, who objected to the Alabama votes. Jamie Raskin objected to the Florida vote.
We're the real victim of January 6th, by the way. Us white male Republicans. We're the actual victim of Ray Epps because we would never do anything like that. Even though I have my guns to overthrow a tyrannical government, and Trump said, I need to go fight to take my country back from a tyrannical government, that was not us.
Votes. Jayapal objected to the Georgia votes.
In every case where somebody gets convicted is fake courts, but also Republicans respect the courts, unlike Democrats and Joe Biden.
So when they're brought on NBC, are they asked to apologize to the country? It's just such a double standard.
Right, double standard. Tell me about the election. Tell me about COVID and the vaccine. Tell me about climate. Tell me about DEI. Being a DEI yourself, which you're obviously not qualified to be there. Neither of you two should be on this couch. I am so sick of people not hiring based on merit. Obviously, they just wanted a woman and a DEI. This is appalling. I will never support Fox News. because they are lowering their standards and their quality because they want more diversity. It's obvious.
Comes to the liberal opinion versus Republican.
For 4 years, Hillary Clinton said that Donald Trump's an illegitimate president.
Right. I mean, Hillary Clinton used her free speech as a private citizen. How's that different than a coup?
Knows it. They all said the Russian situation, the laptop.
Right.
So why
they keep demonizing us. So, you know, you need your Second Amendment to overthrow a tyrannical government. And, you know, that pride parade is tyrannical. That temple over there is tyrannical. That mosque is tyrannical. That Democrats voting is tyrannical. I'm not saying to be violent. I'm not saying that. What I am saying is you need to listen to God and use your Second Amendment to save the country.
We're going to control your that keeps expanding.
Secede, you know, we're going to separate. They didn't go back together when Virginia came back into the Union.
I think it's naive to believe that the United States is always going to exist in these perfect 50 states under this, you know, under the federal government that keeps expanding and expanding and expanding.
Yes, the tyrannical federal government that keeps expanding and expanding and expanding.
And I think it's irrational for people to think that Americans are just going to sit idly by while...
I mean, we have a Second Amendment. You think we're just going to sit idly by?
Our federal government completely becomes tyrannical.
Right. As Joe Biden and the tyrannical Democrats are ruling over you. By the way, why do you have your guns? Why does every Republican believe there should be no background checks, no ID needed, just get a gun?
And out of control, like we've watched it do over the past year.
What federal overreach? Are you talking about it?
Right. Over the past year, the federal government has become tyrannical.
Mandate that got struck down? Or what are you even talking about?
And no one wants violence. And I'll say again, I'm completely against a civil war, even though the media tries to say.
I don't want violence. I'm against a civil war. I do think it's ridiculous to believe that we'll continue to be 50 states, though. I mean, if you think the states aren't going to break up, you're a fucking idiot. But the media says I want a civil war. I don't want a civil war. I don't. But
no one wants violence. And I'll say again, I'm completely against a civil war, even though the media tries to say I say things like that. I never do.
But I do truly believe
that if this becomes such a broken nation and we have one party that is trying to rule over, like the Democrats are trying to rule over Republicans.
Right. The Democrats are tyrannical, demon, baby killing people that are coming for you, that are stealing the election, taking over our cities with violent crime. And if we don't fight the tyranny of the Democrats, then they're going to bring in these dirty, filthy terrorist immigrants to replace you. And DEI is making it so that they are hiring less qualified people than you white people. And that is why you need your Second Amendment to rise up against tyranny. And you know what an example of tyranny is?
Republicans, to the point where they are deciding what opinion we are allowed to say, whether we can stay on social media or we
Yes, the tyranny of the Democrats is terms of service from Twitter. You need to go kill the Jews because the Jews control big tech and the Jews are silencing you and the Jews are replacing you. And we need to fight.
Republic says America is going to remain a Christian nation.
Christian nationalism is a term that in recent years has been used to describe a political ideology that fuses patriotism with Christianity.
Remember, get the Trump Patriot Bible, by the way. You got to get yourself the Trump Patriot Bible that God anointed Donald Trump with selling.
Founded based on Christianity. Our DNA is Christian. Our roots are Christian. We aren't Muslim. We aren't atheist.
No.
Jews will not replace us! Jews will not replace us!
What do you think they vote? If they vote in the American election, they vote for Joe Biden, Democrats? Are these big Democrats? What do you think? No, I don't remember. I didn't see that. Who do you think these people vote for? Obviously Democrats, right? They probably vote for like Bernie, Moskowitz, Raskin, Cohen. I mean, I imagine Democrat right down the ticket. And it concerns me that my ideology lines up almost directly 1-to-1 with these people.
We aren't Muslim. We aren't atheist.
Jews will not replace us! Jews will not replace us! Jews will not replace us!
I'm here to spread ideas, talk, in the hopes that somebody more capable will come along and do that. Somebody like Donald Trump who does not give his daughter to a...
By the way, did Fox News happen to tell you that the immigrants are replacing you? That the Democrats are intentionally using immigrants to replace you? That the Jews are controlling the media and the universities and they're injecting DEI? And injecting DEI is why doors comes off of planes? Because women and DEI are replacing you. I mean, this is just where we are. This is just where we are. And if you try to tell somebody, they will shout you down. They will think you're fucking crazy. And yeah, no matter how many 4-hour plus streams I do, showing exactly the tools, the techniques, and each time it happens, I show it to you again. And if you try to go out and tell somebody, you're the crazy one. Because they already know what's going on. You're dumb. I mean, it's just where we are. Okay. It's just where we are. We can't stop it anymore. But we can at least be aware of it and watch it. Watch it like a camera in the wall of an Epstein plane or a Diddy party. And yes, that motherfucker Diddy do it. All right, y'all. This was fun. I will, I don't know if I'll stream tomorrow, but Sunday most likely, Monday most likely. All right, y'all. Take it easy. Good hanging out. Thanks for everything. See ya.